Hey there. I forgot to hit the unhost button this time before I started. I was hurriedly trying to press that button. If I don't hit that button, some of the beginning of my stream gets cut off from Twitch. It says I'm no longer hosting though. Anyway, welcome to stream 108. I'm going to work today on server client authentication. What is this all about, you ask? I'm glad you asked. It's about a game I'm going to try to make. Multiplayer online game. It's called Omniarena. It's not yet playable, but we're trying to get there. It's going to be a very retro 2D pixel art kind of game, reminiscent of the Ultima series. They're pretty simple, graphically speaking, but I want to do as much as I can with content, story, exploration, discovery, puzzles, player interaction, that kind of thing. So for a while now and for a bit longer, I'm going to be mostly working on the back end stuff. So these are the major systems of the game, and I've gotten through the top 3, and I don't know, I guess I just felt like continuing on to the next one in the list. I think I'm avoiding working on the client-side stuff because I'm not as experienced at JavaScript. But yeah, so today I'm going to start working on security. So the game architecture from a very high-level view looks like this. The client is in JavaScript using the React framework with Pixie.js for graphics. Doesn't exist yet, but I'm going to make it. I have an admin tool that is also in React that I'm using for now. It's going to connect to the game servers through WebSockets. Also, the game servers talk to each other through WebSockets. You might ask, why are there multiple game servers? I'm glad you asked that question. And the answer is for fault tolerance and also later for load balancing. Right now, just for fault tolerance, we have each server running the wrapped consensus algorithm, which lets us replicate the game state. So every server has exactly the same state of the game. So if, for example, this server that the client is talking to were to crash, the client could immediately reconnect to a different server and continue where it left off. No state is lost. At least most of the state is kept. The very last thing the client asked to do might have been lost, but that's just an acceptable risk. This orchestrator server off way in the back, his job is just to start and stop these servers and to maintain which version to run for each instance. These could all be on the same computer, like they are now for my development station, or they could be on different computers. For example, they might be on different VMs, could be on different regions, although you kind of want to keep them pretty close together, otherwise the state replication is slow. But yeah, it's pretty flexible. I tried the other day running 2 of these on my Windows machine and 2 on Linux. Works great. So inside the server, there's a lot of working pieces, and throughout the development process, I'm working on generally 1 or 2 of these at a time. And the top ones are reasonably well off. The bottom doesn't exist yet. So each server talks to other servers and clients through a web interface. I use WebSockets on top of a web server and client pair that I wrote pretty much from scratch. I didn't do the transport layer security or compression. For that, I used LibreSSL and zlib. But otherwise, trying to write things myself, I like to do. Most of it's in C++ on the server end. Client side is JavaScript. Later, I'm going to be using Lua in the server, mostly for the game entity object methods, just to make the game very easy to change without having to rebuild and redeploy the server executable. So right now, the clients can connect to the servers and just say that they're the administrator, and they just are allowed full access. So starting today, I'm going to try to change that. My goal was to make it so that when the client asks to be granted admin access, the server will respond with a challenge, a cryptographically strong random string of characters that the client is going to be expected to sign with a private key and return to the server, and the server will verify the signature using the public key of the public administrator key. And then only if that verification passes, then that client connection will be marked as admin access. Since the connection itself uses transport layer security, we're, reasonably well protected from snooping, hacking, that kind of thing. Someone would have to break SSL or TLS, which is used by banks all around the world, and so reasonably well protected, I think. For non-admin client access, I'm thinking of a simpler technique. What you might be used to, where you have a username, password, and the password is going to be hashed. So here's the plan for today. I have been keeping plans in this OneNote notebook. I'm going to continue to do that, but I'm also going to be keeping track of them in Trello. So the cards in this /next stream are what I'm planning to do today, and they should match pretty closely to this plan, although broken out into cards. I don't know why my alt tab is, there we go. So these cards should match these bullet points. I'm not going to move fully into Trello because Trello is sort of a mutable, inconstant thing. For example, I've archived everything I did yesterday, and it's sort of difficult to get an idea of what each day did, whereas in OneNote I can simply go back and say, oh, on the 15th I did that. I did refactoring, right? So I think I'm okay with that. I've been trying to make the plan the night before, put in the cards, so I'm ready to go the next morning. So the first thing, I think the administrator one is kind of a fun one because we're going to work with RSA keys. So that's always fun, right? So I'm going to include the administrator key, the public part of the key in code packages so that when the Realm servers run, they know the public key of the admin. They can verify signatures. And then when we have an administrator try to identify themselves as administrator, we'll generate and send a cryptographically strong random key challenge. So what does cryptographically strong mean? It simply means you didn't use any ordinary pseudo-random number generator. You used an algorithm. Usually you get one from a cryptographic library, and like on Windows there's bcrypt. That gives you a random string that's very difficult to predict or repeat. So we just need something to sign, so I'll just make a random challenge string. Won't mean anything. And then we'll send that to the client and expect that they'll send back a response where it's signed. So we'll have to have some kind of state in the client saying like admin challenge pending admin challenge or something. And then the admin's going to respond pretty quickly, because if they don't, I think when I handle denial of service stuff, I'm going to have to worry about this, where someone could just constantly either try to log in as admin with just brute force it, or they might keep the thing open, and we'll have to like close it if they try to open too many connections, or if they keep it open for too long. But anyway, they'll respond with their signature, and I prototyped this last night in JavaScript because I wasn't sure how to do it, so I looked up how to do it and prototyped it. I'll go over that code in a second. To generate the signature, then we'll return the signature to the server, and the server will mark that, hey, yeah, this connection is authorized to do admin stuff. And then we'll have to restrict all the commands I put in for the administrator so that they have to have that flag set. I didn't actually do all of that yet. I did some of it, but not all of the stuff. So that's a chunk of work. I hope to get through that under 4 hours so I have time for normal player authentication. So that's actually two parts. You need to be able to register an identity, so creating an identity. And once it's created, then from then on you'll authenticate. So registration is you'll pick a username that's not already registered and pick a password. And when we get the password, we're always going to hash it using some kind of algorithm. This PBKDF2, that's what I've seen other devs use to store hashed passwords on the server, so that they can't, so that the if it were to password, if the hash table were to be hacker got in and took that, it would be it's still very, very difficult for them to figure out what the passwords were. So I'm trusting that other devs know what they're doing. For example, Adam13531 uses PBKDF2, so He's done the research. I'm kind of standing on his shoulders, so to speak, by using it. So it's not that difficult of an algorithm to implement. I'm going to try to do that, and we'll see how it goes. But we create the account when they register, and then authenticate is basically just, can they re-enter the same username, and the password that they give us, again, does it hash to the same digest? And when I implement that hashing algorithm, I'm going to leverage some of the test vectors that are, there's like a couple simple ones in this, I think this is a Wikipedia article. There's some simple ones in here, like here. And there's more in this RFC. So, yeah. One thing that this implies is that we're going to have a database of users. So I'm not sure exactly what I want to do in the long run. Probably we'll have a real database, but for now, I think I'll just make it a file. A file, like I've been doing, JSON format, where it's just an array, an array of usernames and hashed passwords. So this first part I think I'll do first. I'm going to use a key pair that is just a test key that I've been using, I think. I have this test certificate key localhost, and it's kind of a nice, helpful script that I keep around to have a way to regenerate it. Also, kind of keeps my memory fresh about how you can use OpenSSL to make keys. But it's basically a self-signed certificate, and it's just some random private key that I'm not going to use in production. It's only going to be for testing. So this key. So I don't mind showing it. This is the PEM format, and do I have a note about what PEM stands for? I thought I did. Oh, here. Privacy Enhanced Mail. That's what it stands for. So it's originally used in email so that you can put binary data, which is what a private key really is, into a text format. So it's using base64 encoding of basically a long pair, I think, or it's either 2 or 3 like very long binary numbers that are in essence the key. Go back. Yeah, so we're just going to include that key in the code packages. So I think what I'll do is just modify the deployment script to include that file. And we'll have to get the, oh no, hold on. This is the private key. We're not sending that. We're sending the public key. It's a bit shorter because it only has the public component of the key, whereas the private has both the public and private and other stuff. So we'll be including this file in the package. This one, I will be, I'll have to have some mechanism to put that into the admin tools. So in the JavaScript one, which looks like this, we'll have to have some way to like import the key. And in the Python one, something similar. And we'll have to do this little dance where we send a challenge and respond to the challenge. So let's do the first things first. I'll flip over to Trello now. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Oh, the camera writes today? I thought it was, I thought you already had the camera. Shout out to Mr. Muffles. You should watch his stream when he goes live. He is working on a Metroidvania-style game in Unity, and look forward to watching his stream again. Been missing you, Mr. Muffles. We'll actually be able to see what you look like. I shouldn't kid, but I can't resist. That sounds awesome. Hey, anytime you feel like you need to hide, you can always hit that button, right? That's my hide button. Camera off, right? Yeah. We're waiting for you to stream whether or not you have your camera. I miss watching your stream and learning little tidbits about Unity. So anyway, the including the key is the easy one. So we'll flip over that card right now. We're going to work on this. And that's in the deploy tool, which is Python. I haven't done much Python on stream. So I updated this a bit since I showed this on stream. I put everything into a class, which allowed me to clean up a lot of the global variables. In fact, I don't think I have any global variables left. Oh, I have a few. And that's I could clean this up even more, but this felt clean up enough. Hey there, Archirp. How's it going? So I'm going to include in the set of files the public key. I just have to remember where the... Oh, wait a minute. It's not in the deploy tool. It's in the package tool. Yes. Actually, specifically, it's in the package script I have, right? Yeah, so here where I'm copying files, I will simply copy the public key file, which I've already forgot the name of. Public.pen. But let's call it by a different name. We'll call it admin pen. All right. That's pretty much all I should need to do. Let me make sure. So w package, and then I'm going to look at the package.zip. There it is. Okay, so let's upload that. Actually, let me remove the old versions. Yeah, we can remove that. And we'll upload something. These version numbers don't mean anything. I just need to use something. So Python deploy, and then let's call it 2.0.0. Why not? So, well, let me, yeah, this should be good. So now I can flip all the servers over to that, and they should have the public key. I think I also want to make an automation tool to do this step. Although it's not too bad, I just have to do 3 drop downs. And this happens every once in a while because I'm in debug mode, where these 2 servers can't figure out which one should be leader. I mean, they eventually do. That's a pain in the butt. I'll let them figure it out. In the meantime, let's put that card as done. Where are you, cards? There. That card's done. Next. Yeah, let's do this one next. Generating the strong random challenge key when they identify themselves. All right. Have you figured it out? No, you haven't. Okay, we can force their hand. I can simply kill the whole lot and then run it again. Then they all start together, and it continues the process. At least it should. Oh, right. I screwed that up. We can't do it in the middle of the... Because the admin tool is the one that's supposed to add it back, and I don't have like the manual add back feature yet. So let's do this over again. No, let's do the followers first. You guys run 2.0, please. It's when you change the version of the leader, it has to switch leaders in the middle. Like you see that it saw there, 11 became the leader now. That time it worked fine. Okay, so now all of them should have that public key. I can verify that by looking at their runtime directories. And it should be here somewhere. It's not here. It's not here. Where is it? Oh, no, it's right, I had it renamed to admin. There we go, public key. Hey there, Sethu. Shout out to Sethu. I like to watch his stream, which isn't quite the same as mine. It's shader stuff, so very interesting. I'd like to shout out to anyone who streams in Twitch. So if you have any viewers that are also streamers, let me know, and I will follow you, or at least check out your stream and give you a shout out. I like to support other streamers. Okay, so we have the public key, and we're going to do the challenge thing now. So I'm going to use a little bit of test-driven development using Google Test. And if you've never seen this before, I have a little intro video there. And Google Test framework lets me make the use case in the form of a unit test, which I write first. So the component that is doing the admin authentication and the keeping track of clients is called the coordinator. So I'm going into the test for the coordinator, and I'm going to add a new test. You're going to stream transferring the parabola function. Nice. What am I doing today? I'm doing client authentication. So I'm going to install I already installed a public key in all of the servers, and I'm going to have the servers send a challenge string to any client that logs in and tries to be admin, and then the admin will sign it and return it using the private key. Pretty simple stuff. When you think about it, it's just you assign this. The guy says, "Okay, I'll sign it." You verify it. Okay, yeah, you are who you say you are. So coordinator tests. Send challenge for any admin login. Actually, we don't need the word add any, right? So a lot of these other tests require that the admin be logged in, and I don't really feel like going back and fixing all of them to do the challenge thing. So I had it in mind to put a hack in there just for the test framework to disable this whole system that we're about to add. So I'm gonna include that in this use case as well, or in this test framework. So we'll say for most tests when we set up, we will turn off the authentication mechanism. I have to be very careful not to allow this to happen in production though. So what's the best place to do it? I guess it doesn't matter as long as we do it before mobilization. So coordinator, disable authentication. So we'll have to add a method that does that. And then here we will do the inverse of that. We'll have an enable. Why am I copying that? I can just type that. I like to split up unit tests into 3 sections. Arrange is where we set up the test. Act is we do the thing that we're testing, and assert is checking side effects. So part of the setup is I want to kind of make sure it's enabled. Enable authentication. And then we will do a login thing, which I'm just going to copy from another test. Here we go. So that will be part of the act. So this add connection is a helper that only takes one required argument, saying is the connection private. False, it's not a private connection, it's public. So they will ID themselves as admin, and we will now expect that the side effect is that the admin will be sent back a challenge. So assert true that the admin we wait for messages and returns true, and then we'll do an expect. I could copy this, but it's not that big a deal. The messages that come back are in the form of a vector of JSON objects. Get text messages received. So we can expect exactly what we want. Although this isn't, it's going to generate a random string every time, so this actually won't work. We have to kind of pull it apart. We'll say equals 1. Well, let's pull this out. So const auto. What does that return? Is it a reference? Yes. So messages, and then we'll expect that there's exactly one message, right? And then we'll expect. Actually, yeah, that's safe. This one though, we need to assert. No, we don't. We'll expect that the type of the message is challenge or auth. Auth challenge. I can put whatever I want here. And that's for message. Actually, let's just get the message. Const auto message equals messages. First one, message type. And then we'll expect that we don't know what it is, but we'll expect that there is. So message.has a what do we call the thing? I don't know enough about crypto to know what the term is, but the thing that we need to sign. It's not salt. I would just call it challenge. Unless someone knows a better word for it. That it has a challenge string. I think that's all we expect, right? Okay, so to make this compile, I need to have the enable and disable authentication, which isn't so much. We put that into the concrete coordinator API. So a lot of my components are broken up into two classes. The concrete class, where everything is implemented, and then the interface, a public interface class, where a lot of it's pure virtual. That's because I do component-oriented programming. When you look at one of my diagrams, each of these boxes is a component, and the connections between them are usually through public interfaces, so that like the executor doesn't know how the journal is implemented, it just knows what it needs from it. And I coordinator, all the classes with I in front are usually those public APIs, and then the concrete class really is only known by the main program, which hooks everything together, and by the test framework. So it's a nice place where I can put these enable, disable authentication, and any of these other kind of hacks, backdoors that the test framework might need. I can sort of rest assured that these won't accidentally be called, like I won't screw up and try to call these from other components in the system because they're not available to those other components. So turn off the authentication system. This is, actually, let's make a strong note. This is only meant to be used when testing a coordinator. It would be very bad to call this in production. In fact, it makes me kind of want to do some extra work to, when the code is marked as a production build, to just not allow this, or maybe just remove this function entirely, like with conditional compilation. I don't know if I need to do that, but I could. I know how to do it. It'd say like if def production, then, or if end def production, then define that. Otherwise don't, and then it won't even build if you try to use it. Turn on the authentication. That we should always allow, I think. All right, so let's make bodies for these. Amazing. What did I do? It's not that amazing. How are you doing, Setu? How's your day so far? And how is everyone doing? How are y'all doing? Eating and watching? That's what I do when I get up in the morning and I'm getting ready to stream. I will watch another streamer. I guess I'm addicted to Twitch now. All right, I don't think why do I have a unique lock here? That doesn't need to be a unique lock. That can just be a lock guard. This one has to be unique because we unlock it. This one does not. Anyway, I want to do that. And I suppose we'll just make it as simple as a flag. Authentication enabled. We'll just have to default it to true to be safe. All right, let's put it here. True. Okay, well, I hope you guys are eating something yummy and enjoying your meals. I'm eating oatmeal every morning now. I think it's a lot better for my digestion. All right, so authentication enabled. When this is set, the coordinator requires clients to authenticate themselves before any other commands are, or before any restricted commands are accepted. Pizza? Ah, Mr. Muffles, yeah. Oatmeal for oatmeal, what is that? Oatmeal for the win? Oatmeal club? Oatmeal winners? Okay, so that's that. I try to get the minimum to get it to build. Okay, and I haven't finished that yet. Obviously I have a bug. But I wanted to get to build first. See the test fail because I have not put the authentication mechanism in yet. Then I implement it to make the test pass. That's the essence of test-driven development. Okay, I did something wrong in my test macros. Oh, it doesn't know, returns a JSON value, it doesn't know what type to use. So we give it a type hint here. But we're going to want to compare strings. You just wish school was better because you see your siblings going down the same road as you did? With what? Oh, wait a second, I missed the other one. Oh, you wish that they at least knew how to do basic algebra? Yeah, 8th or 9th grade, they should already be on to trigonometry? Is that right? Or geometry at that point? At least in the US, that's how my kids are. I have progressed in math. Well, you can help teach them, said who. You can show them how cool it is to learn math with shaders. Not your siblings. You should. You're an inspiration to your family. You should be. Show them what cool things you can do with the computer if they only knew math. Oh yeah, I guess it's tough. Yeah, I understand. Algebra 8th grade was advanced. Is that right? I guess so. Yeah, I guess you're right. My kids are in the advanced math stuff though. Okay. Right, I was gonna run this test. I use a couple of extensions here. If you're wondering like why you don't have this in VS Code, it's because a lot of this stuff comes from extensions. So this is a pair of extensions. There's Test Explorer, and then there's the Catch2 and Google Test Explorer. You get those two installed, and it automatically finds all your unit tests, and you can run them with a single click of the button. There's some cool features in here where you can just focus on the test that failed. And they actually recently, this started working. It didn't have this third level. It was weird because I complained about that on stream, that it would be nice if it was in 3 levels. And then like a couple of days later, it was. I'm like, holy crap, is someone maintaining this project watching my stream? Anyway, you can focus in on the test and see the failure. Actually, this is a bad failure. It's the test crashes, which lets me do this cool thing. This button here that looks like a bug, you click it and it runs that one test in the debugger, and you can see where it crashes here. So it is crashing when it is calling WebSocket delegate. Oh, because I forgot to mobilize the server. That would be why. We need to actually mobilize the server after we enable authentication. All right. Factoring in 12th grade? Wow. My son is learning calculus now, and the questions that they ask, like the quiz questions, are insanely difficult and like totally unrealistic. And I like to tease him by saying, "Yeah, you'll never need that in the real world. Enjoy." I've never needed to learn to know that, and I've forgotten all of it. So I'm sorry I can't help you. Have fun. All right, so let's build that again. One thing that I do regret forgetting, but that I had to teach myself later, is linear algebra. And Sethu could probably talk about this too. It really comes in handy to know linear algebra when you do 3D graphics. So, and I wish that when I had learned it in school, they had taught it using visual aids, 3D graphics visual aids, because that would have really helped it get stuck in my head. Okay, let's run this test again. All right, so now it's legitimately failing and not crashing, and it's where it's not getting any message back like it should. So let's send the message. Here's where I implement the feature. Coordinator tests. I mean, coordinator where it where the admin is sent. So right now it just prints this silly little message and says yes. So instead we're going to have to do an authentication check. So if authentication enabled, and let's move this stuff to a helper. So we'll call it recognize admin client. Actually, hold on. Does the client record doesn't have the WebSocket in it, does it? So it might be, well, hold on. Let me think about this. It right now only needs the client. I guess we'll keep it. Well, what if I need the WebSocket later, though? Wait until I need it and then update that, I guess. So recognize admin. Should I type it all out? Administrator. Okay. Where to put the new function? I don't know why this is so hard for me. I can never really decide where to put new functions. How about here? Recognize administrator. TeleSense is kind of nice, helps me remember what the name was. That's all I needed to do for now. Let's... whoops, what happened there? I did a toggle... File blame annotations. Okay, I hardly ever use that. Anyway, I really wanted to go to a declaration. There we go. Oh, C++ is silly. You have to declare it separately from your definition. That's okay. So what does this method do? And I want to avoid using the word recognize. I guess you don't have to set who, but if you didn't declare and define your functions separately, it would be kind of difficult to connect different modules together. Yeah, put everything in the HTTP. I mean, you could. Who cares about compile times? Yeah, exactly. And hi, hello, by the way, not saying how are you doing. I have successfully pulled you out of lurkerdom. Okay, so what words? Words. I record the... Okay, this actually takes a client record right now, right? Record the fact that the given client has successfully, or no, not successfully, the given client is an agent of the administrator. There we go. Something sufficiently cool. This is the client that is an agent of the administrator. All right. Well, cool. For me, it's morning. For you, I don't know. Is it evening, morning? I can't remember. Good evening / morning / afternoon to you. All right, so if it's enabled, we don't want to recognize them right away. We're going to send back a challenge. So we need to record the fact that there is a challenge pending. So admin challenged. All right, and then we'll have to record. Actually, let's just have a string, and if the string is empty, then there's no challenge pending. So we will make a string. Assigned from some random stuff that we'll make. So let's make some bytes, and actually let's make some bytes, and then we will base64 it, just so that it doesn't get escaped. Or do I really care? It's gotta be a small string. Do I really care about escaping it? I might as well. Okay, so a challenge, bytes, and then How big do we want the challenge to be? Doesn't really matter. Should I do the right thing and make it a configurable item? So cached configuration, or where do I want to put it? Just put it at the global scope, I guess? Or should I make it realm specific? I think it might as well be global, so we will call it admin challenge length. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't need to be that long. I don't know. 80 characters long? Why not? Recently started a new project noticed influenced your workflow? One of the first things you did, setting environment, configuring cache. Oh, cool. Hopefully I'm steering you in the right direction. Okay, we're gonna get that as as a size T. Okay. And now I'm gonna use a crypto random, which I have encapsulated already. I did this some point in the past. Crypto random, yes. So we will say system abstractions crypto random generate. Actually, this might be a method. Yeah, so I need to actually make one of these things. Which means I'll want to move this to the header. And I haven't made one of these yet, so let's just add it. Anywhere here. Doesn't matter where. How about here? This is used to generate cryptographically strong random numbers. That's such a cool phrase. Cryptographically strong random numbers. So we'll call it, I already have an RNG, right? Oh, no, I don't. Who had the RNG? I can't remember. I guess we'll call it RNG. All right, so you took an art class for all of high school, but it was not so serious. Like instead of trying to get better at art, the class was project-based, and you had to fill in descriptions for every project before it was even drawn. It really bothers you now because it was such a waste to fill in descriptions. It doesn't sound very art-like. It sounds more scientific. Okay. Where was this? So distracted lately. Back. I'll eventually hit it. Wow. History's all over the place. Here it was. So we don't need this. We just assign. No, wait. We still need it. No, we don't. RNG.generate, and then we just give it a buffer. So challenge bytes data. Challenge bytes size. There. And then we'll just use the iterator pattern here. This one. Begin to end. Oh, wait a minute. No, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to use base 64, right? Base 64 it. Actually, we can make that part of the unit test, that it should decode as base 64, and we should get exactly the correct number of bytes, right? Oh, we already are in depending on base 64. Great. You didn't really practice technique or anything like that? Did nothing? Oh, that sucks. That sounds awful. Like you didn't learn much art. Okay, base 64. Forget how to use this. Okay, it's just in code, right? And you get a string. Okay, cool. So I can just say it equals that. And then I have to put the input as a string. Okay, so I still need to do this iterator thing. I just pass it through base64 in code. Cool, so that we need to store. Let's put it here. Actually, we don't need to store it as a string, do we? We can store it as a vector of bytes. Standard int. Yeah. Hey there, Romani. I'm using Python 3. You can do all sorts of cool things with Python 3. Like asynchronous I/O. Isn't that cool? We have awaits. Async for is like an asynchronous context manager. Pretty cool stuff. Yes, I moved to Python 3 a while ago. Hey there, Juan. So hey there, Romania, and hey there, Juan. How's it going? Yes, so we have to store the challenge because we need it when we verify the signature. This, if not empty, this client was challenged to authenticate as an administrator by signing this randomly generated sequence of bytes. All right. You stopped at Pi 3.4. I have not tried Nimlang yet. Sorry. I looked at it, didn't I? I think I did look at it. What did I say? I guess I didn't, because it's not showing up in my stream notes. Nim, huh? I could have sworn... I mean, that sounds very familiar. Did I not look this up? Yeah, that actually looks quite a lot like Python. Let me look at this later, though. I know you might have been joking, but I like to learn new stuff. Programming languages, at least look at them. So yeah, 3.4 is not good enough, Romania. You gotta move to 3.6 to take advantage of some of this newfangled stuff like F strings. Isn't that cool? You can do like string interpolation directly in the string, rather than having to have a comma and then like a list of things to fill in. And you just put an F in front, and you can do that. It's getting a lot closer to what you can already do in JavaScript with backticks. So yeah, you need 3.6 for that. Also, you need 3.6 for some of this more advanced async stuff. That's why I had to move to 3.6, actually. I'm using the WebSockets library, and it needs... Well, it'll work with 3.5 or below, but you have to do some extra stuff that I'm like, I'll just move to 3.6. It looks clean. Then I can use their examples as is. Yeah, I have to catch up too. I mean, I've been working on C++ for 20 years, and I'm still on C++ 11. I still have to move to 17 and then 20. So I hear you. But yeah, I had a perfect opportunity to go to Python 3.6, and I went with it. So okay, so the challenge. So let us store the bytes as is. Actually, you know what that means? I don't even need this. I don't even need this thing. I can just say this.resize that, and then put it straight in there. And there as well. And don't need that. right? And need to have some kind of string here. Actually, that can go straight into the message we sent. So C++ 98, come on, man. Auto is just too good. That's right, I even have a command for auto now. Type deduction, man, that's where it's at. Get with the program. I mean, come on. That's so last century. That's actually so last millennium. To be in 98 still. Okay, so we have a WebSocket available. We're just going to send it. Send it, right? Send the text. The data is going to be the encoding of a JSON object. So this is in there somewhere. .2 encoding. All right, so how is that in there? The test requirement says we need it to be type auth challenge. And that it should have a challenge, which is going to be this exact thing here. All right, let me beef up the test here. The test is going to verify two things. That the challenge is a base 64 string, and that when we decode it, we get the correct number of bytes. So I need to actually add that configuration item, don't I? Looking for where I do that config stuff. Where is that? Here it is. So the thing I added from the config, I need to add it here as well. And we can make it shorter, right? Doesn't matter. So we'll test something with just 10 bytes. Because it doesn't, I don't care. Doesn't matter. We will just make sure not only it has a challenge. I guess we'll just assert at this point. Hey there, multiple pixels. How's it going? I'm doing client authentication today. So we're doing public private key challenges for the administrator. Putting the public key in the server side, generating this cryptographically strong challenge. Why do I have key? Challenge. And require that the admin sign it and send it back when I have some prototype code there that worked for me last night, so I'm going to try to use it today on the JavaScript side. So yes, we are going to try to decode it. So const auto challenge equals base 60, I need to include this base 64 again here. Base, and I need to make sure that the test framework also depends. Oh, you know what? The test framework already depended on it, but the main module did not. That we need to fix. Okay, so base 64 decode the message challenge. Now, what does that return if it's got illegal characters in it? It looks like it just puts a 0 in. If it can't find it in the decoding table. Okay, so it's just going to be random garbage. So all we need to do is just expect equal, and then whatever we put in the configuration. Configuration, whatever that key was. That had a value of 10. Oh, here. Admin challenge length. So, configuration, that as a size t should match challenge dot length. There we go. Oh, you like the public private key stuff? Hey there, the Daydream team. Is my API written in C++ on the server? Yes. What framework do I use on the server to set up API routes? I made my own web server. I can show you how the routing stuff works. Let me fix this first, though. What is it not like about this? This is not, oh, okay, I can't do that. It's configuration get. Oh, the decode stuff? Yeah. All right, okay, little side diversion to answer the question about routing. So, What's best to show there? Let's show you my web service API. So one of the things you can ask the web server to do is register a resource delegate. Register resource. You give a path in terms of a vector of strings. So like if it was, let's say it was abc/def for the target URL, you would put into a vector abc def and then pass it in for resource subspace path. And then this delegate, come on IntelliSense, you can do it. Come on, loading. Okay, here, you're failing. Okay, looks like this. So you pass in a function object that is given the HTTP request. It's given a handle to the connection if it wants to keep it, and then any kind of data that came afterwards. So what I'm doing in my game right now, I'm just registering one route. So where is that handled? WebGate? Register resource. So it's just registering slash. That's what the empty thing is. And it's registering one handler which just tries to upgrade the connection as a WebSocket. That's what this is doing. And if it is not upgraded as a WebSocket, it just says, feels bad, man, 404 not found. You know, typical response if you were to hit it with just a normal HTTP request. So, yeah, and if I were to use the web server for multiple routes, there'd just be multiple calls to this register resource with multiple functions or lambdas or however you want to do it. Just a function object to that gets called whenever a request comes in that matches where the request target matches either that resource path directly or any child. Oh, hey there, Rally Monkey. How's it going? So I hope that answered the question, Daydream team. Let me know if not. Since it's a web server of my own making from scratch, it's not as clean, perhaps, and not as standard as you might expect. Oh, thanks for the follow. But by the way, if you want to take a look at this, all the reusable components like the web server are all on my GitHub. One drawback I should tell people when I recommend my GitHub is that there are a lot of dependencies with other things that I've written. So like my web server depends on my own message headers class, URI class, and abstracting away different OS differences, the system abstractions. So you can't just use HTTP. You have to use that plus these 3 others, and then zlib. But you can at least look at the source code and kind of get an idea of what I do. All right, so did that build? And we can actually see if it works. Oh no, it can't link because I'm running the orchestrator. So I need to stop the orchestrator. You can do it. Build. Okay, there we go. So let's run this again. Hey, we passed. Makes me nervous when I pass the first time, so let's change this to not equal. I want to see it fail. I kind of want to see... Actually, I want to see the string, so let's print out the string. I want to see the challenge before it's decoded, though. I kind of want to see the base 64 string to make sure it's what I expect. So that will fail, and I'll get to see. Here it is. So there's the base 64 string, the 10-character challenge. So then I can put that back in, and it'll pass again. Can't you edit your workspace settings to kill the application before building? I guess I could. I never thought of that. How would you do that in VS Code? I've always just went and closed the program, then rerun. And this is only a Windows thing. On Linux, Linux has no problem with you rebuilding the executable, even if it's running it, because of the way the inodes, the file system tracks files and their contents through inodes. And so when you rewrite a file, you're just making a new inode. The old one's still there, even though it got detached from the directory. So you can still run the old program. You can still continue the old program if it was running. You just replace the file from it. that should fast now, right? And let me run everything to make sure it didn't break anything. Actually, this might break some stuff, right? No. Right, that's because I put in that disable authentication. Let's watch what happens if I forgot to do that. Now all the other tests that logged in as admin will not be admin, right? Actually, kind of curious how many tests that actually breaks. A fair number of them. And it looks like we actually have some infinite loops. Huh. I didn't expect that. So what? If I just run it. But not infinite loops. I wonder why the test framework thinks that they're still running. Yeah, anyway, 14 tests got broken. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, let me do that again. Yeah, that's okay. That's what it should have done. So that should add up to 14, right? A lot of things break. I put that in there specifically so I didn't have to go back to those old tests and update them, because authentication is irrelevant for those other tests. When you make these unit tests, you kind of want to focus on one thing. So those tests that require logging in as admin, I really want to just get away with the minimum. Say, this one's an admin, and not have to worry about authentication. So by default, it's disabled for that reason. This one, we make sure it's enabled, and we do the challenge. So the next thing, I guess, would be we need to, the server needs to either accept or reject the signature. So it starts off the same way, right? So let's make two cases. Good admin auth signature, and then we'll make another one where it's bad. Let's make a placeholder for bad for now. Okay, so right, so we will, at this point actually, we shouldn't actually have to wait. It should be there. We can trust that this test makes sure that that works, so that we don't actually have to do this expectation. We don't have to do any of this. We can just simply do this. And we will need to respond to the challenge. So we need to do the signing. Yeah, so I had a module to do that already. Let me find it. Actually, let me just add it. I think it's called crypto signing. Yeah, crypto signing. I don't remember. I don't think I did this on stream. I did it like during my break in October. Crypto signing. That library is pretty simple. It's got like two things you can do. Wrong directory. You can sign and you can verify. So sign is just a callable object, and I think verify is the same way. You configure and then just call it. So we will be signing. So I'll make a sign object, configure it with the private key, and tell it to sign the data. So it should be pretty straightforward, right? Crypto, oh, hold on. Let me build it so that IntelliSense can pick this up. Build. Okay, now crypto sign. How come it's not finding it? Oh, because I didn't include. Shoot. Keyboard slip. I didn't include the right header. Crypto signing. Sign.hp. Sometimes IntelliSense just doesn't find these files for me. See how it says cannot open the source file, and yet when I'm control clicking it, it finds it. Some kind of weird thing with IntelliSense. All right. So crypto signing, now it knows it. So we're making a signer. Signer dot. How come it's not finding? It should just be configure. And then we're going to need to put in the private key. So admin private key. And there's no passphrase. All right, admin private key. Looked up the killing app thing. You could ask a task, add a task to VS Code, but CMake Tools extension does not integrate well with tasks. Well, thanks for looking. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. For me, it's not really that big a deal. So it's, you know, I do the trade study. It only takes me a few moments, so it's not worth even researching for me. All right. I think what I'll do. Wait a minute. How is the unit under test even getting the public key in the first place? It needs to be configured with it, right? So we haven't done that part of it. Anyway, I'm going to pull in that test key. Where was it? It was under test dash key. Test cert key. So here is the key I want. It's going to pull the whole thing in as a string. So what is it? String. Const standard string admin private key equals. I'll have to do a little bit of fix up on this, right? Okay, so I'm going to take this. I'm going to hit Control H within selection. Find in selection. Turn on regular expressions and say caret. And I will replace it with double quote. And then I will replace $, which is the end of the string, with double quote as well. Done. So there we go. There's the PEM encoded, privacy enhanced mail encoded version of the private key as a string. And we configured it. Now we need to sign it and send back the signature. So send text message. I guess we'll call it auth response. Type, right? Signature. What am I trying to connect? I'm trying to connect administrators to the game server. So right now, hold on. Right now I can set up my game servers and the admin can connect directly in without authentication. So before I put this up onto the cloud so that anybody can access it, I need to lock it down so that only the holder of the private key, which is yours truly, will be able to do this. Because I allow a lot of dangerous things to be done from the admin console, like removing code, changing the versions of servers that are running. So I need to really lock it down before I put it on the cloud. So yeah, I think Madden, you were here before, right? So you kind of know what I'm doing? If not, let me know. I can do an intro again. So yeah, today is all about client security. So administrators need to sign a challenge key to make sure that they are really the administrator, and then players are going to have to sign up with a password that we're going to have to hash smartly. That's fine. The explanation, as long as you get the general gist of what I'm doing. If you have any questions specifically about the code, let me know. Like, so for example, I'm using a lot of things here. You might not know what a RSA key is, or what this encoding is. This is base 64 encoding of a binary string, which is following a format called privacy enhanced mail for an RSA key. That's the clue about that, by the way. and we are receiving a challenge string at random in base64 encoding that we have to decode, then sign, and then send back, and then the server is going to verify that signature. And I am going to make the PBKDF because that's based on other stuff which I've done before. I've already done some hash functions. Those were fun, so we'll probably be doing a little bit of that later today for PBK4 or whatever. But yeah, back on stream 67, I did SHA-2, which I'm going to use. I also did HMAC. HMAC is one way we could do signatures, but that I don't think that's really appropriate for public-private key stuff. It's more for symmetric keys. I want to use asymmetric keys because I don't want to have to worry about the security of the public key. Sure, that is a command. All right. Yeah, so on the Trello. Actually, did I update that before? Okay, yeah, this is done, right? Yeah, we did that one. I forgot to mark it done. We're working on this now. The quickly part I'm not really doing. Let me modify this. It's not really we're not worried about the quickly. We're worried about it responding with this correct signature. Yeah, I guess help is in there as a alias to the today command. Signature. So we're going to ask the signer. We're going to actually, the signer's a callable, so we just call it with the, hold on. I think it's just with the challenge, right? Let me see if that builds. Doesn't build. I messed something up. Yeah, I guess I forgot how my crypto signer works. Oh, it wants bytes in, bytes out. Okay. I should make an overload that just works with strings. Wouldn't that be more convenient? So this is a string. Now we need to get the bytes out of it. So const vector uint challenge bytes challenge begin to challenge end. And then when we sign it, we'll get the signature as bytes. So const auto signature bytes challenge bytes. And then what we put in here is the, well, let's construct it outside. Signature. Actually, we wanted to base64 encode it anyway, right? So that we can say is auto base64 encode. The string formed by the signature bytes beginning to end. Am I going to use hash table for login users? I'm going to be using a table of digests from a very specific algorithm called PBKDF2. Password-based key derivation function 2. So it's aimed to reduce the vulnerability of encrypted keys to brute force attacks. You know, the idea is that I'll be storing this in a database, but what happens if someone got access to the database unauthorized, right? Well, this algorithm is specifically designed to make it next to impossible to get the actual passwords back out. It's very expensive to brute force it. So we're doing the best we can to, if something got leaked, that the passwords would be next to impossible to recover. So it's what like a real server would do. I'm trying to make my server as real as possible. It's not perfect, right? Because you get a supercomputer to brute force attack these digests. They'll eventually get it. So like this won't stand up to like government level hacking. But it's meant to, like, I guess you could say it's meant to be that once, if a hacker did get in and get the table of hashes, that people have enough time to go in and change their password before the leaked passwords got hacked or brute forced. That's a pretty interesting algorithm, and it's very iterative, so it's very expensive. But that's okay because we're only going to do it once when you log in, right? Once you log in, then it leverages the fact that the connection itself was secure to begin with using transport layer security. So this is just for authentication. You only have to do it at the very beginning of the connection. When a government wants to hack you, you have other problems. Exactly. Yeah, you just kind of have to accept the fact that governments will be able to hack you. So the only entities that can stand up to governments generally are other governments or government level corporations, I suppose. And I'm neither of those. Actually, I guess I'm a government of one, but that's a different story. All right, so yes. I need to put that signature in here. Right? Mr. Robot, yes. Okay, but this assert is not correct. What do we expect back? Actually, we're not going to expect anything back. It's either going to work or they're going to get disconnected, right? Actually, that's going to be the check. We'll disconnect them if it fails. So the check will be, are they disconnected or not, right? So this is why I plan to do it in pairs. So we'll give a bad signature and expect we get disconnected. So we can actually look at the side effects though, right? We can say coordinator get client. I forget what I called this. There was some backdoor I had in here, right? Client record clients. Get clients or something like that. Get client connections. There we go. So const auto clients equals get client connections. So we can actually peek in there. There should only be one client. And that is what? A map from WebSockets. So we can just get the first one. So const auto first client equals clients begin. Expect equal. So we'll make sure that it should be the server end. So that's auto, that's admin.ws server should match first client first. Unfortunately, we're using the word first in both places. First, in this case, means the key part of the iterator. So when you have a map and you iterate it, the key is always the first thing in the iterator and the value is always the second. So if I wanted to get that record, which I do, I would go to the second one. So I will expect true first client second dot is admin. That's, yes. So that's what I expect. That it is our connection and that is recognized as an admin. Oh, you have to go eat? Okay, see you later, Madden. And bon appetit. Alright, bad signature. So it's the same thing, only we will sign it badly. Let us sign it badly. Actually, I don't even need to do this key garbage, right? Not that it's garbage. We'll just fake a signature. So we don't need any of this stuff. We don't need a signer. We'll just send back signature is PogChamp. But seriously, I'm the admin. Okay, bro? So what we expect? We expect a couple things here. We assert, actually, it's just one thing. It should be empty. They should be disconnected. Because this is bannable. Don't you agree? Alright, but there are a couple more. There's one more thing I have to do, actually. When we mobilize... not this mobilize. mobilize server, right? We need to give it the admin's public key somehow. I don't want to put it in the configuration. I guess I could. It's sort of clumsy though. I'd rather just make it another thing, even though we have a ton of parameters. I do kind of feel like making it just another parameter. Actually, I have a better idea. Because we might want to change it at runtime anyway. I'll have a setter for it. So yes. We don't need it for challenge, but for signatures we do. So after mobilizing, we'll set admin public key. And then here I will pull in the public key part of that. Public. So this guy, right? We'll go here and I'll do my same little trick here. I do Control H, in selection, caret replaced by double quote, and then $sign replaced by double quote, and we're done. All right, so that's the admin's public key. And I suppose we should do it on the bad one as well. Actually, let's call this silly admin auth signature, and we'll have one that looks like a signature but is still bad. We'll just mess it up a little bit. There we have 3 test cases. So this is bad admin signature, and I guess one way to mess it up would be to just add 1 to one of the signature bytes, right? So make that not an auto. Signature bytes, we'll just add 1. That should be enough to screw it up, right? Just by adding 1 to one of the bytes. Okay. We don't have the set admin public key, so let's add that. That one can also be a concrete method, because the only thing that should be calling that would be the main program. Or itself internally, whenever it's told to, it's given a new key, I guess. Yeah. I want to kind of put it up here, and these functions at the top here are meant to be called by in production, and these ones down here are not. They're only for testing. In fact, I might conditionally compile them away at some point, so I should really make a marker. I'm going to do that like this. Is that a good marker? All methods below are only intended for testing and may be... I should just make it a multi-liner. Then I can do this. Maybe like that. That looks nicer. Maybe removed during compilation of the production build, of any production build. Alright, so that's my marker, so that I can put this method here, and that's a void, and it takes a string. Public key, admin public key. Alright. Set the public RSA key used to verify signatures made by administrators. This is the RSA public key. Public goes first, maybe? Of the administrator. All right. Wonder why this is at the bottom. And all these other ones are at the top. These are all out of order. Should probably fix that. Yeah, this should probably be moved up to under demobilize, right? Oh no, okay, demobilize is in the wrong place too. Mobilize? Okay, it's these methods that are in the wrong place. Beginning with get num unidentified connections. So all of these are in the wrong place. Right? Those should go at the bottom. I like the order of the functions to match. The very top should be the constructor, then subscribe to diagnostics. Then the timekeeper set. Actually, maybe we want to put the set admin key up with set timekeeper. Like right there. Huh. Interesting that this does not grab the mutex. I wonder why I had this method separate from that. This should only be given things that that the main program is not going to change, which is true for all of these. This might change though. I can fix this later if I need to. Let's just share it for now, or save it for now. Admin public key. Admin public key. Just need to add that to near this guy. Not protected by the mutex. Actually, I do want it to be protected by the mutex. Okay. Okay. It's set. So it will build and it will fail. Oh, it failed hardcore. It crashed. Iterator out of range. Okay, collapse. Okay. Okay, what exactly is crashing here? It says size 1. Is this race condition? It might be. This might be a race here. I might have to say coordinator. Oh no, not coordinator. It needs to be that it's no, that right. It's what the weight does, right? Wait for messages. Or one of these. Yeah, okay. Right, the response may be queued for another thread, so we actually need to make that thread run a loop. So that would be admin dot. I think it's the client. No, the server end of the connection has to be told to run a loop. Good thing I have a convenience function that does exactly that. This is shared, right? Shared pointer. So we need to dereference it. Okay. Try again. Okay, it did not crash. Let's run the suite again. Oh, something's still crashing. I don't get it. What's the problem? Oh, it's just a test failure. Okay. Oh, that's not the one that crashed. This one then? Yes, this one. Yes, that one crashes. It keeps popping up on my other monitor. It looks like this. It's you get one of these crashes, vector subscript out of range. I know that's tiny, but it says vector subscript out of range, and that's something that the debug build for the standard template library does to let you know that you went out of range on an iterator. Oh, because I had the same problem. All three tests have this problem where they need to wait. So let me copy this line to the other tests as well. Right there. That's the bad one. That's the silly one. No, that's the good one. That's the bad one. So the silly one doesn't have it. Silly. All right. Although it doesn't really matter. We're not looking at the response. It's fine. Do it anyway. Still crashing. Hey there, bug found. I have not found my bug, but you have found this stream. I'm debugging to find out where my bug is. I have a vector out of range. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Yeah, we got nothing out. The signing didn't work because the key is empty? I configured it though. Hold on. Maybe the signer isn't working. Yeah, the key is empty. How is that possible? Let's restart and try again. Wait a minute, which key did I use? The private key. Okay, is it not working? That private key is not good. It looks good to me. Oh, wait. I think it's sensitive to this. These all have to be on different lines, I think. That's the problem. Or at least this does. I think I need to have line breaks here. And here. I think that's important. I don't know if I need it on these ones. Let's test. You can see I'm using LibreSSL, just wrapping it with C++ stuff. Okay, it still didn't like it. I guess it's really sensitive and wants it on every line. That's my guess. We'll do that. So here, let's do a mass search replace. So Control H in selection, and then we'll replace double quote $, so the one on the end of the line we'll replace with /r/n. Actually, I don't know if this will work. Yeah, it substituted the end. I need to do /r//n. There we go. Let me try. Well, hold on. It could have been this line as well, actually. Now that I think about it. Let's see. Okay, it got past that. I'll just keep it. So let me do the same for all the other places I did that. So you can actually see it on this zoomed out field there. All those huge strings are just needing this extra stuff. So there. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do it in selection. Oops. I screwed that up totally, didn't I? There we go. And then in this selection as well. Okay, hold on. Oops. Sorry, I'm not very pro at using this search replace thing yet. That button and then that button and then close that and then we'll go to the next and repeat. Okay, this one only needs these internal, all of these ones now. Control H, selection, replace, close. That one was already good. This one we need to do. Control H, selection, replace, close. Then we're all good, right? So hopefully we won't have any test crashes. So run. Cool, no crashes. And they all fail like they should. So yeah, so now we'll know if we implemented it correctly. So the implementation, we need to actually respond to this auth response message in the engine. We have a client request handlers. Client message handlers? Yeah. There's a table here. Client message handlers. So we need to add one. I guess I should keep it consistent, right? So everywhere in the test that it says auth response, we should say capital auth response. And we'll make that one a new command. Auth response on auth response. All right. So let's just copy one of these other guys, like on upload package. And yes, sounds like a good place. This there. Handle the receipt of an author response message. Actually, let's just keep it generic. Like that. It's called... Well, I've been trying to make this imperative, though. How about handle the receipt of an it shouldn't have the on in there. Auth response message from a client. Okay. Why do I have to say administrator? It's just client. We don't know if they're the administrator yet. So, actually another test we should have is if they were never given a challenge, right? We just ignore it. So it doesn't really matter. But the code won't work if we don't have the correct challenge already sent. Actually, we should have what we should do is try to break it, right? Let me make this a separate test that we do. So, attempt auth signature without challenge. So the version of this will be that we don't identify as an admin. We just send an auth response pretending that the challenge is an empty string. So no, we're not even going to call it admin. We're going to call it hacker. Right? You like the PogChamp signature? Yeah. For the silly signature. So we're going to pretend we're a hacker and that we didn't send the admin ID, so they didn't set the challenge, so we will, like, maybe they'll accept an empty string challenge, right? So we will give a signature which is a valid signature. Well, see, it still won't work. But let's say the private key got, I don't know, this is sort of a very contrived example. They still have to have the private key, right? But they have to at least know what the signature of the actually, there we go. They might somehow get a hold of the signature of empty string and then replay it, right? Just so simple, we'll just sign the empty string challenge, so to speak, right here. So this will be the hacker attempt. they... Don't need that. No, I'll leave it in there. The hack attempt is that instead of challenge bytes, it's just an empty vector. So we sign with an empty vector. We don't do that. Encode it, send it, and we should not get a response. Actually, hold on. That's not right. We should... we should... What do we expect? Be disconnected? Or for it to be ignored. I suppose we could be harsh and just disconnect them. So we'll expect that they're disconnected. I'm going to purposely make this one fail by not doing the check in the code until I see that this fails and the other ones pass. Yeah, so that'll work, right? Oh, it's not admin, it's hacker. Okay, and then what did I do wrong? Screwed something up. Okay, what'd I do? I screwed something up badly. Is it this is a repeat? Yes, okay, so... Wait a minute. Where is it repeated? Oops. What did I do? I repeated the same test twice? What did I do? So that's good signature. There's bad signature. There's silly. Oh, I did copy it again. Why did I do that? Didn't mean to. There we go. All right. Back to this. So what I should do, I'll put the code in here now, but I'll comment it out. What I should do is I should verify we actually sent them a challenge. So if it's empty, we need to like hang up on them, right? So clients.erase. Is that the right thing to do? Yes. And it's simpler, isn't it? I don't need to do this at all. I might put a diagnostic message in there, though. Let's put in, did I put in a warning? I kind of want to see it, so... System... I have to be careful, though, like, I don't want someone denial of servicing by, trying a bunch of times and failing, and then just each time logging another message and then overflowing the log. But actually the log should rotate anyway. I think at least in production I need to make sure it rotates. Yeah, so it shouldn't be a problem. It's not that they're disconnected, is authentication response given without a challenge. And wait a minute, why is... Oh, it's in context, yes. I haven't moved these into the engine yet. So right now I need this double indirection. Okay, so but I'm going to comment all this out right now. Because this specifically is tested by this test. I want to see that test fail at least once. Actually, we can do that now. I can see it fail, I can uncomment this, and then I'll see it pass, right? Yeah, let's do that. So run it once. It fails. Now I uncomment it. Should make that one pass. Didn't fail. It should have gotten in here. Let's see what happens. It didn't even get there. Did we not? Did I forget to send the message or something? I sent it. Oh, there might be another check. I need to remove the other check. I might have had a check in there. Client, not here. Client message handlers, right? Oh no, there's no check. Okay, let's see what happens. You get to run that test. Do I get to that point? I do. And the type? Auth response? Is it? Did I not put it in the... Oh, wait. It's not capitalized. I screwed that up somehow. I thought I capitalized all of them, but I guess I didn't. Control-Shift-L, auth response. So I missed that one somehow. Alright. Run it again. Passed, but then I don't know if it passed because of the other reason. So let me go into that and comment that code out again. Where was that? It was on auth response. So commenting this out should make it fail again. That'll verify that that test tests that code. Cool. Take it out of the comment, run it again, it should pass, right? Good. Okay, so we require a challenge first before we have before we accept the authentication response. And I can now remove my breakpoints. I did. Okay, so we have a challenge and now we've received a response. We just need to verify it. So we will need crypto signing again, just like the test does, but not the sign part. We want the verify part. I'm still getting these green squigglies for some reason. Okay, yeah. Well, the test does depend on it. Now the code also needs to depend on it. I might need to reload VS Code to get rid of those green squigglies, though. Oh yeah, let's reload, because that annoys me. Reloading. I think it's just a caching problem with IntelliSense. I live with it as best I can. Well, I shouldn't say as best I can. I live with it if it's easy to work around by reloading. And if it doesn't happen too frequently. Alright, so on auth response, let's make a crypto signer, or a verifier. Not crypto random, it's crypto signing verifier. And here we need the public key, right? Actually, you know what I could do is we could just have one that we reuse, right? So I can just put that in where the public key is stored. In fact, do I even need to save the public key? I can just put it straight into the verifier. I can just do that, right? And then I don't need the admin. So this is admin signature verifier. This is used to verify signatures made by the administrator. There we go. And then let's move the include. I had the include in the wrong place anyway. There we go. So where we have the public key. Here, up. Right there. So we can't do that anymore. Instead, we'd say what do I call it? Admin signature verifier dot configure admin public key. There. Now we can just use that guy in here. So we can say context engine admin verifier and call it, and then give it wants the data and then the signature. So the data we have cached as client.admin challenge. The signature is, we need to base 64 decode it, so it's going to be signature bytes. And it's going to return a Boolean. So const auto signature valid equals. So we need the bytes. That is vector of bytes, signature bytes. And we'll get the signature as a base 64 encoded string, so we have to base 64 decode that. It's string to string, so the string we have, which is message signature, but that needs to be put into something else to convert to back to a vector. Oh, wait a minute, no, we just need to put it into a string, so const auto signature string. And then we just need to put it into a vector. There. So, we decode the signature from base 64, it's a string, and then we put it into a vector of bytes so that we can give it, actually I can just do this directly, right? I could just say this. Then I can just name it signature. And I don't need this. There we go. Alright, so if it's not valid, we're going to hang up on them. But if it is valid, actually, I don't even need to store that, right? I could say if. Or is it cleaner to do it this way? I'm feeling like doing it this way today. If it's valid, we have the function for this, right? Context engine recognize administrator, and we give the client. Oh, thanks for the follow, White Shark 90. Otherwise, we're going to hang up on them, right? We're going to say a different message here. So we'll say authentication response given with bad signature. And then we hang up on them. This is good enough for now. In the future, to prevent DOS, I'll probably, like, if this, I'll have to record this happening, and then every time it happens, look back at the history and do something about it. Like if it's from the same IP address, we might ban that IP address for a certain amount of time. Something, right? More advanced case would be we would report that IP address somehow to some previous step in the network and block them upstream. But this'll do for now. Let's see if it works. Will it work? Probably not. My stuff doesn't work the first time, usually. Be amazed if it works the first time. Yeah, see, it didn't work. Bad signature. Oh, the good signature worked, though. And the silly check worked. We just had one failure. Bad signature did not work. So let's see what happens. So set a breakpoint. This is super handy, by the way. I can just hit that button, and now we're just running that test case in the debugger. Super handy. I'm really happy I found that, and I thought it was BugFound who got me into that, but I'm not sure. It might have been Endless Zocker or some other. One other of my viewers told me about the Test Explorer and the extension to integrate that with Google Test, and it's really slick. I like it. All right, so the challenge string is not empty. The signature looks okay, I guess. It's 512 bytes like it should be. It's not valid, so it goes into here. We're dropping them. So what's the deal? What's the deal? It didn't get dropped? It did get dropped. Is this a race? Might be a race condition. So that time it fast. Oh, wait a minute, still failing. Oh, so you were using it and it was your screenshot, so it was you. Yeah, good. Wanted to give the credit where credit was deserved. It's I saw that in your screenshot. I'm like, oh, what is that? That looks cool. Wait a minute. Clients is 0. Oh, yeah, why am I doing that? This is bad signature. Yeah, okay, the test was invalid. This should be expect true that it's empty, right? So same thing as the silly signature. Yeah. Okay. So it was just a bad test. So technically I did get it right on the first try. It's just that the test was bad. There we go. Yay! We have authentication now. So now when I run this on the real cluster, I won't be able to connect anymore because I'm not authenticating. You want to see that? So we're going to start the server. So it's I don't want to blow everything away. I just want to stage and serve. Oh, it's killing the servers. Oh, right. We never set the public key. Oh, what's it doing there? What did it do? Oh, I messed up the configuration somehow. It removed them. All the servers got removed from the cluster config somehow, and then they got added back. Oh, that's funny. Let's just start over. Okay, so I actually forgot to load the real public key. It still won't work because this does not. Oh, it's why is it working? That shouldn't work. Wait a minute. How is it getting in? What did I do wrong? Hey there, 85 filter. Okay. Just chilling before going to bed. Give you a little wave there. This shouldn't have worked. Let me look at the socket stuff. So we reload and we'll look at one of these sockets and see what the messages going back and forth are. Okay, there's the challenge. They just never responded to the challenge. It's still getting this stuff. Oh, that's right. It's not an admin, but we're allowing that in. Okay, I know what it is. Because I haven't done that part yet. Where did I put it? Where did I put the thing? Here, I haven't done this card yet. So this is done. We just haven't done this yet. And I haven't added it to I need to have another card here. Add admin authentication to admin console. Or did I make that part of this card? I sort of did. Okay, I'll make it part of this card. So that means I don't need this card actually. Archive, delete. Yes, okay. Yeah, so it's sending the challenge. There's the challenge string, right? We're just not responding back. So let's do that. We should respond back and we'll know that it worked because we won't get disconnected. So let's we need to not subscribe until the authentication is done also. All right, so I had a gist that does this already. How do I click that? There we go. Here's the gist. So the way that I figured out, or I didn't figure it out, I read about it online, is we're going to use the crypto subtle and two things, importing the key and then signing it. Importing the key is a little bit tricky because we have to put it into this DER format, which is really just taking the PEM, the privacy enhanced mail version of it, decoding from base64, and then putting it into an array buffer. And don't tell me why, but for some reason you can't just natively turn a string into an array buffer. You have, even the Mozilla Developer Network stuff says you got to do this. I copied that literally from their code, from their documentation. So we take the PEM file. Actually, also we need to we cut the beginning and end off of it. Convert it to an array buffer, then import the key, and then we use it to sign. And the thing we sign also has to be in an array buffer. And by the way, this is all asynchronous, so we use promises for this. So let's just take this code as is. Actually, is there like a raw version of this? Raw, here we go. And then paste it into the admin tool. Admin tool. All right. So where we do the admin stuff? Here. We're gonna not do this here yet. That's gonna move. Right, it's in response to these messages we received. Let's put it here. Well, let's make it a helper. So it will be case, what is it? Auth challenge. I need to fix the consistency. It's lowercase here and the responses are all uppercase. And this doesn't even have, yeah, that's also not uppercase. It's inconsistent as hell. Anyway, we're gonna make a function call to authenticate. Sound good? This dot authenticate. And we will use the challenge string. Right? This challenge. Okay. Authenticate. Where shall I put that? I don't know. This is getting really cluttered. Authenticate. Okay, anyway, here's all the junk, and let's unindent it. Wait a minute, hold on. What happened to the formatting here? Ah, there's an extra function. So let me move that function around. Hold on. Formatting is all weird. Let's move this function. I have like a utilities. I'm gonna move it there. That's where Chungus is right now. Export function. Let's give it a bigger name. String to array buffer. And that's raw string. And then it kind of goes with these other ones. Raw string to array buffer. Cool. So we'll use that in place of this string to AB. And we need to import it. From utilities. JS. I'm like PY. No, not PY. PY is Python. And I didn't know this, but like you can leave off the JS and it just works. But yeah, I think we'll just hard code the key in there for now. But I'll have to add the key import to match the public key. Oh, we forgot to put the public key in too. Gotta do that. This one's built in. Okay, so so this all should work. We'll at least get, we have to put the challenge in here, right? We should at least have it log the signature now. So reset that, console. Okay, there's the signature. And we see 3 of them because there are 3 different servers giving us 3 different challenges. That's good, it's signing them. So we just send it back. Actually, if we do that now, it's going to disconnect us because I didn't set the public key up at all. Now we can try it. So it is, how do we send a message? Actually, I need to know who the server was. So server ID and challenge. So that needs to be something I give authenticate. So authenticate is ID challenge. I guess I need to get the socket back from that. And we might have lost the socket by the time we get here, so I need to do that check as well. So if this dots get socket, right? Get socket. How does that work? Oh, okay. I just look it up. This dot socket lookup server ID. If not socket, then it already got closed, so we return. All right. This dot socket dot send. And oh, it's just socket dot send. Oh, well, okay, never mind. Most places I do, yeah. It is socket dot send. Some kind of JSON message, right? And so the JSON message we send needs to match what the server's expecting now. I already closed that window, shoot. Test, source, auth response. And then its signature. And the signature is, we want to base 64 encode it. So it's, was it A to B? No, B to A? Signature? Is that how we do it? That's how we do it. Let's see if that does it. We should see that being sent now. Actually, we'll see it sent, and then we'll see ourselves being disconnected right away. And it'll go in a vicious cycle until we kill it. So I need to be prepared for that. Yeah, see, we're connecting, disconnecting. So to kill the cycle, I will kill there. And then I should just be able to look at... I need a way to tell it to stop trying to connect. I guess I can just look at any of these sockets, right, and see... Yeah, the auth response. Okay, so it's sending a signature of some kind. Signature looks really short, though. It should be 512 characters long. Shouldn't it? Why is that so short? That doesn't seem right. Before I had this log it, right? So console.log. It worries me that the signature is so short. It's a new uint8 array signature, and then make an array from that. And then we will try to start this again, and don't need that. Let's reload that. Okay. And then look at any of these connections. Yeah, and then I can look at the console to see it, right? This is 512 bytes, but the string is very short. I wonder if it's being chopped at a 0 character somewhere. Maybe it's being chopped at that 0 character. Yeah, is the problem that the string is only 29 characters long? I should log both in, right? Let's make this signature. Let signature base 64 equals B2A signature. Okay, no, I'll just log it for now. Oh, wait a minute. I betcha it's there, it's just when we console log it, it sees the null in there. So let me do the length first. Is length a function? I can never remember. It's not. Okay, it's stopping at a null character, I think. So I bet I'll see at 28 it's a null. No? That's weird. Why is it only going to 28 characters? 28 bytes. Weird. Does B to A... Oh, B to A takes a raw string. Ah, I see the problem. So... What did my gist look like then? Oh, it stopped at that point, so... I guess I'll use my other utility, the Chungus utility. I need a raw string which has nulls in it, right? And then I run it through. Okay, so we'll Chungus it. So we'll need to import that as well. All right. And then, so it's B2A of that of the signature. Let's try that. Cool. I think it's working. Or it should work if the public key matched. So if I were to cancel that and look at network, any one of these, auth response. Oh, wait a minute. That's old, I think. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not old. I screwed that up. I should use that here. There we go. So now run that. We'll just let this run. Looking at any of these, we should see a beautiful auth response. There we go. 512 bytes long. Nice. So I just need to fix the public key side. That I will do with the main program, which doesn't have unit tests. It's just an integration layer. It's Realm server host, and it's just got a main. And we will have it load the public key and send it in. That's when the coordinator gets set up, right? When we subscribe, okay, right here is probably the good point. So how about we call, actually we don't, should I make a function for it? Let's just make a function for it. So it's load admin public key. Or the coordinator. All right, so let's make that a function. Register game command, start journal. Let's put it here. That can fail. If it fails, what's the worst thing that we do? We just don't let an admin connect in? That's fine. Sounds good to me. So we don't care about the return value then. And the coordinator. Yes, so we can dereference that shared pointer to get just the type, this type. Like that. Load the administrator's public key from the file system and load and provide it to the coordinator. All right. This is the coordinator to which to provide the administrator's public key. All right, so question is, do I already have code that does load file? I do. Look at that. So let us use the load file. So how is that declared? It's just a string, okay. String admin public key. Oh, I need a delegate for the reporting diagnostic messages. Sure, okay. We can do that. It is of this type. It's got a long type name. There we go, and then when we call it, we need to give it. Diagnostics publisher. There we go. Okay. Let's make a path. Just a string. Okay. Let's break this. Let's break it down. It's not called SSL certificate. Let's turn this into positive logic. Well, no. Early return. Okay, the path is our current, so file get exe parent directory plus /admin.pem. We'll just hard code it. Or should I make it a constant? Let's make it a constant. We did that for the journal. So this is admin.pem. Admin public key file name. This is the name of the administrator of the, this is the name of the file containing the ooh, that's horrible. Administrator's public key. All right. I screwed up the name, didn't I? It's EPM. It should be PEM. Okay, so plus / plus that. Nice and clean. And what is it? It is the administrator public key. Hey there, 3D Extended. Coding is going pretty well. I'm adding authentication to the server-client connections right now. And this is the last piece, is loading the public key in the server end. So if we load it, we say coordinator dot set admin public key and admin public key, and we're done. You just came in right at the perfect time. I think parent directory gets the parent directory of the dirt. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. It gets all of its files in its little sandbox area. So let's try this out. So do it. If all went well, we'll actually get a connection in. Nope, signature's still bad. Did something wrong. Thanks for the follow. Yes, you can. Okay, so it's still, the signature is bad. Oh, I wonder if I change the key. Oh, right, I'm using the key from the gist. I shouldn't be using the key from the gist, should I? This key is probably not matching the actual key that I should be using. And I don't mind this going out on stream. These are all test keys, so no leak. No boga leak here. I need this key. That probably isn't matching that. Yeah, it's not. So I just need literally the base64 part of that and put it in here for now. And then I gotta clean this up a little bit. So let's unindent that to begin with. And then in that selection, replace the beginning of the string with plus double quote. Then replace the end with just double quote. And then we're done. And then I just need to take off the plus in the front, and then we'll re-indent it, and we should be good. There we go. Let's try it. So run the cluster. Bad signature. Okay. What the heck? Oh, maybe I did. Yeah, I should have reloaded it, right? Hmm. Bad signature. So I wonder which side is wrong, the challenge or the signature. Might be decoding the challenge wrong. Let me debug that. So, oh, I might actually not even. Yeah, did I forget to decode base64 decode the challenge? Oh yeah, look at that. I didn't decode the challenge at all. That's dumb. I need to decode the challenge first. So we'll decode it and print out its length. So challenge raw string. And then that we get from A to B? No, B to A. Challenge. Let me log this console.log challenge. Let's print out its length too. Do it this way, actually. Challenge raw string length. Challenge raw string. There we go. Let me see that. It's going by too quick. Length 100, that's wrong. The length is wrong. So it's getting decoded wrong. Or it's not being sent correctly. It should be 80, right? Didn't I set it to 80? Where is it? Not this one. In the config file. Yeah, it's set to 80. So something's wrong with the challenge string. Oh wait. Did I print the wrong one? Wait a minute. That's not right. That looks like it's still... I don't think B to A is working. Let's print out the challenge length. Challenge raw string. And we'll print out the before. So challenge bytes. Length is challenge length. And then here I gotta do array from new uint8 array challenge, right? Wait, hold on. No, I'm getting confused. I think I can't use B2A. Can I? Maybe I can. This is not the challenge bytes. This is the challenge base 64. And it's already a string. So this one should be 80. This one should be a bit more than 80. Whoops. Let's try again. Stop this. What is it? Yeah, how did it get larger? I don't think the BDA is doing what I expect it to do. It should get shorter. I don't think this is doing base64 decoding. I screwed up somehow. Let me look this up. B2A. Which means I'm probably screwing this one up. Oh, wait a minute. Is it A to B? Is that what I need? No. Maybe, yeah, hold on. I think I'm getting A to B and B to A confused. Creates a base64, encode it. So that does the encoding, and A to B is the decoding. So it's A to B I wanted. That's what I just got confused. Actually, you know what is confusing to me is B to me things makes me think of base 64. So I thought this was the encoding, and yeah, so I just got confused. Hold on, it's still not working, but I don't know why. Well, the challenge string is correct now. And there's the response. It still doesn't like it, though. Bad signature. So the challenge is probably good, right? Challenge raw string is probably good. The signature is probably also good because that's all. That should be 512 bytes. We put it into a base64 string, and we sent it back. Right? Yes. Suppose I should double check to make sure that the app is actually doing the right thing. I mean, sorry, the engine. Maybe print out more stuff here. Like I can print out what the length of the signature is. Actually, I can do more than that. I can do a hex dump of it. So signature. Let's format a string here. Signature.size, right? No, it's a string. Right, and then I have this hex dump helper, right? Where did I put the hex dump? Oh, I put it in the orchestrator. Right, let's make a copy of it. It's such a useful utility. Here it is. Hex dump. Let's make a copy of hex dump and put it up here somewhere. It needs string stream, which we have. You know what? We're not including string, which is alarming. Should be including that as well. And standard int as well. And doesn't that also want vector? Yeah. I wonder how I got away without including all those. Okay, so I'm gonna need to make that in a vector, so it's a signature bytes, and then just put that here. Now let's do a hex dump. I can put these together too. How come it doesn't like hex dump? Oh. Just needs to catch up, I guess? Oh, I did forget a semicolon. Okay, cool. So the data, which is signature bytes. And this should be signature bytes size, shouldn't it? Okay, comma. Amount to show. Let's show all of it. Signature bytes size. And then the diagnostic message function, which is this one. Oh, I'm missing an argument, I guess. Level. Okay, level 3. Let's make that level 3 as well. This will be a little tricky because it's going to try to reconnect. Maybe I can sabotage the reconnect for now. So that happens on a timeout, right? Yes, so let's sabotage that for now. So it'll only try once after I restart it. Oh, no, it's starting continuously. Oh no, it tried once. Okay, well there's the signatures it got. I mean, it's 512 bytes, but does it match what this one said it made? Let's see. Oh, it's in decimal and not in hex. Shoot. I don't suppose I can show this in hexadecimal. A5. What is A5? 165. And then 98. 152, yeah. So the first 2 bytes match. Let me look at the last bytes. 87. 57 hex. Okay. And then the third from last is 15, which is 21. Yep. So I think that it's sending the signature correctly. So what else could it be? The challenge could be bad. Let's do the challenge. This guy. Oh, he's already a vector. Okay, good. Good. I don't need to make one. And then on the JavaScript side, I want to kind of print it like a list again. So instead of doing this, because these are probably okay, yeah, sorry, I'm just getting confused. Up here, right? We want the This is the base64 encoding of it. I don't care about that. It's really the raw string I care about. So I want to log that raw. It's already an array here. No, hold on, it's not. I need to make an array from it. So down here, doing the same thing. I don't need these other logs, actually. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, yeah, that got accidentally copied. Okay, let's try this. Okay, and then reload this one. And then run it once. Oh, wait a minute, here we go. Unable to open, I just never saw that. It couldn't open them. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to install the default one. Okay, now I feel really dumb. That's probably what the problem was. Actually, hold on. Why did it not try to do a connection at all? Oh, because it only tries once. Duh. So this is, what was I trying to do? Print out the challenge? Okay, actually, I'm still printing both of them out. I forgot to remove something. Oh yeah, okay. We don't need this. So I can, if I wanted to, I could verify the challenge string matches. Let's just do that really quick. Right, so 56, there's the 2 from that. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, this might be the problem. Or this might be another problem. The second byte here is a 2, so one of these should have a 2 for the second entry. And they don't. Let me start over. Okay, and then run once. Look at the challenges. I only printed one of them. Oh, they're mixed together. Shoot. Well, there's the first line of all 3. Actually, I think that might be okay, because that one, that 1F is the 31 there. And then the other one should have a 17 for the second byte. Or for the third byte. Yeah, there it is. So it's probably okay. So I bet it's just this, it's not installing the public key right. Oh, I do dumb things all the time. This is just another long string of dumb things. Okay, so the default package that the orchestrator installs needs to be updated to add the admin key, but that, okay, I should just rename it now. I've been calling it what? Public.pem? No, actually I'm not installing it at all. I need to install it when I do stage. Right, so stage should be similar to package. It should have that extra file in it. Package and stage. Right, so we needed this extra line here. Rename it to admin pem, and then here we include it here. All right, let's try it one more time. One more time how to do it. Do it. Okay, I just didn't see any errors about couldn't load the public key that time. Let's reload this. Oh, admin identified. Yay! It worked. So I can remove all the debugging stuff I added. Okay, phew. So we don't need this anymore. I guess I can keep that. Well, no, I don't really need to. Really, this is just a type conversion. Doesn't need a name. And I guess we'll keep hex dump around just cuz. Or should I put it to utilities? Yeah, we should put it in utilities actually. Let's move hex dump to utilities. Hex dump. And then we'll move its documentation to the correct spot. Here. And we need to include a few things, right? We need to include vector, standard definitions, and system abstractions. So standard def, vector, and system abstractions. Oh, thanks 3D extended. So system abstractions. Not helping me out here. Why is IntelliSense not helping me out? I don't know. It's diagnostics. I figured out when you can copy it. Where do I have it? In here? Yes, right here. It's a long include. I don't want to have to get it wrong. There we go. Vector. Oh, I need standard int as well. Okay. And then its definition down here. I don't need this stuff. I need stream. There's a command missing? What am I missing? Oh, great job command. That's because Adam has that, right? Set W is from iomanip. I don't need a great job command, do I? I don't mind actually making mistakes too much. I just kind of feel dumb. But it's just me working with the computer. The computer tells me I was dumb, and I just need to get the computer smart enough to tell me when I'm done. Dumb. Okay, so we're good, and then I can undo the little hack in the admin console to not retry. Timeout, right? Yeah, we can let it continue to try now. And let's reset this guy. Do it. Cool. So it's authenticating. Let's verify. So if I look at the network, any of these network connections should have ID, and then we get a challenge immediately, and then we send back an auth response. And that's it. And every challenge should be different, so every signature is different. That's good. I like it. Let's check it in. All right. Let's review the changes. A lot of changes, actually. So this added the challenge length. This added the key to packaging and staging. We needed both. I forgot about that. We need base64 and crypto signing now. And we added raw string to buffer. Actually, we don't have to have a monster commit. Let's do some of these. Some of these things can be separate. Like this one can be separate. Admin console. Add raw string to array buffer utility. And then these can be separate, I think. The staging and packaging of the admin key. And the loading of it, right? Well, no, let's do these separate. So package and stage admin public key. Actually, let's amend the last commit and include that one. Kind of goes together with that. And then, let's see. The rest all go together, right? This one may be separate. We can keep it, right? Oh, no, that goes with the others. Okay, all of this is going together. All of it goes together. So add challenge response for admin authentication. So let's break it down. Let's break it down. Use base 64 and crypto signing in the coordinator. Oh, you know what? I forgot to clear the admin challenge. I guess I don't need to. But if they respond a second time, we'll revalidate it. I don't care. I'll leave it. When admin identifies themselves, generate a challenge. Generate and send a challenge. An authentication challenge. Admin console. On receipt of... Oh, wait a minute. There's some things I need to do that I forgot. That we'll see if I look at this. Yeah, I commented them out. We're not getting that information because I intended to move them after we send the authentication response, right? Where did I put them? Where were they? Oh, here they are. All this stuff we really should hold off until we've authenticated to do it. So right here would be good. And then so all of these get replaced with socket. There we go. So that should repair that. Now we get connected again. Nice. Let's include that. On receipt of authentication challenge, sign the challenge and return a response. Wait until answering authentication challenge. This is also an admin console. Before sending admin commands, basically. And what else? Move some stuff around. Oh, right. So add mechanisms used in testing to enable, disable authentication. That's just mechanism. Should I mention that we're using cryptographic? Yeah. Based on a cryptographically strong random string of bytes. Length configurable. All right. We added a hex dump. Add hex dump to Realm server utilities. Okay. Oh, I should probably say if admin authentication fails, disconnect client. Okay, we're good. I don't need that test pem anymore. Actually, I can remove that file. Remove test.pem. I can remove the package as well, so we're completely clean. And while that's going on, let me move the card to done. Yay. Okay, let's do this one. This one's easy. Why do I have that in there? Is that just copied from here? Yeah. I was copying cards around and I forgot, I didn't know that it copies a description too. Don't need a description. This is self-explanatory. We don't want them to send, we don't want to accept admin commands unless they've authenticated. So we're gonna do that next. And then I get the choice to either do Python work to add the admin stuff to the deploy tool, or do player registration next. Passwords and hashes and all that good stuff. Yeah, so let's restrict some commands. So back into the Realm server we go. So what's a command? Actually, let me look at the commands that we have. Client, I guess they're called messages. Client messages we have. I kind of want to add to this table, don't I? Like a flag whether or not they're allowed by administrators, or maybe make two tables. Is the system safe against man in the middle? It should be, because all of the WebSockets, public WebSockets, are over transport layer security. So it's like HTTPS, only it's WSS. So that's my safeguard against the man in the middle attacks. They'd have to break TLS v2 or whatever it is to hack in there, which would again be governments only. I'm getting a little halo thing. I'm getting like reflected light. Let me go fix that. I'll be right back in just a moment. I'm just going to turn the camera off. All right, yeah, it's like direct light coming in through the window. Okay. Actually, all of these are admin things. You know, I could just shortcut this by calling this admin message handlers, right? I'm gonna just do that. So this is admin message handlers from an administrator. And we'll only do this if they are an administrator. Actually, hold on. I never had it return. Oh no, I do have it returned. Never mind. Okay, so if client.isAdmin, then we'll do all this stuff. Actually, this is the fix. Let's do the unit test first. I can just pick any of these. How about... What's the easiest? Subscribe to log, maybe? Oh, that's actually complicated. What about subscribe to cluster? That's much easier. So let's pull this one out. And we'll say subscribe to, how about, we'll just make it in general, just admin message requires being admin. So the test will be, we don't become admin and it should fail, right? So I need to actually, the default right now is to disable authentication. So we'll enable it. And instead of saying that we are admin here, oh, this is the old style anyway. I need to fix this. The new style using my helper stuff is to do this add connection stuff. So we just say client. It's not an admin, it's just a normal client. And we send text message on it without the arrow. And we will send, well, actually it's that. So that goes there. And I do not need a to encoding. That's also part of what the helper does. And I don't need the wait either. So I just do that, this part. So the idea is that we should not get, right, it should not be subscribed. This, the other test already does, so we, actually, let me think about this. This is saying that the connection will stay up, but it will not be subscribed, right? So, do we want to disconnect clients that try to send admin commands? Or just ignore them? Yeah, why don't we be brutal? We'll be brutal. We'll expect it to be disconnected. That's actually simpler. We'll expect that the connections becomes empty when they try to do that, right? So that's a little bit different. We'll still look it up. And this needs to change, right? Admin. It's just this will fail, but to fix it, we will check if they're not admin. We hang up on them. It forgot about all the tests before. Interesting. Right, so that's the only one that fails, right? Because he's not. So here's the check: if client, if not admin. And I guess we can also we can put back in the trying to become admin part, right? He'll get the challenge, but he'll just ignore the challenge. So we'll put this part back in there. We'll try to get it without answering the challenge, and it should hang up. So it still won't, still will fail the test, right? Because it doesn't get disconnected. So actually, I think I'm gonna redo it to be this way. If it's an admin, do it. Otherwise, hang up on them. So it's client. What is it exactly? Clients dot. I think we can just do clients dot erase, right? And then we can use the. Actually, I guess we have to index it. And I want a diagnostic message similar to this as well. Something like admin message received from non-admin. Whoops. By the way, if you're wondering what I did, I hit F8 and it goes to this problem that's not in my stuff. It's in LibreSSL's CMake. And to this day, I don't know how to suppress that without modifying their code. So I'm just kind of ignoring it. I wish I could just delete this. I can't delete that problem. Actually, I guess I could put it in a filter here. So not LibreSSL maybe? Yeah, why don't I do that? Not LibreSSL. I don't know if that's permanent though, but at least it won't show me the problem that I have. Let me make a problem to verify. What's the void for? It has to do with the with that link there. Silencing lint warnings or just making an explicit statement that I don't care about the return value, because it does return something. It returns, I think it's an iterator to the next thing in the client's collection after the one I deleted or something like that. Oh no, it's returning a size t. It's returning the number of entries that it actually removed. So I don't care. I know it will remove one. So It's this recognizing that there is a return value and stating I don't need it. Personal preference thing. That's what it is. All right, I wanted to make sure that if I made a problem, let's make a problem. There, that's a problem. Okay, my problems show up and theirs don't. I like that. I wish I could make that go to a 0, though. That would be perfect. I just have to remember if it says one problem, it's probably LibreSSL. All right, so run the test again. Passes, yay. Let's run all the tests. So now, none of those commands that are in that admin message handler table will be admissible in court or anywhere else. Actually, any of these commands will get you booted, which is correct because they're all admin commands right now. So I'll need to have another table for non-admin commands. We'll add that when we get there. So yeah, 3D extended is not really a rule, and there might be a lot of people who disagree with the void thing, but yeah, I found some backup in the form of other people that say it's okay, so I mostly got into the habit of it. I think the original reason was lint. When I turned lint on really strict, it would complain that I didn't use the return value. And I looked up like, well, what's the best way to suppress it? And they said, just do that. So, works for me. I have these old bookmarks around. Not cleaning up my old bookmarks. Let's remove them. All right. Check that in, I guess, and we'll call that card done. Getting hungry already. I need to do something about the fact that I stream for 4 hours and it crosses over lunch and goes into like 2 o'clock for me. Because I'm getting hungry. Maybe I need to have like a snack that I eat while I'm waiting for the compiler or something. Yes. Realm server. Require client to be admin for all admin messages. Nice. So now it's pretty solid. Anything will get any message at all will probably get you disconnected. Oh, you know what I don't do is I don't check to see if the message isn't even parsed correctly. What happens? Admin message handlers, yes. So what happens if it doesn't even get parsed correctly? Yeah, this data. What if it doesn't parse? It'll be invalid JSON, so none of these will match. It'll end up going through and not finding anything. Yeah. It'll just get ignored. Oh, there's also GitHub if you're looking for the where I put my code. Eat it while streaming. I'm pretty sure it's bad Twitch etiquette because every other streamer I know who is like eating on stream is trying to hide the fact, or like they turn their camera off or they go on break or something. So I don't want to be a bad Twitch citizen by like eating while I'm streaming. That would be bad. All right. Cool. I already did this a bit ago, but it makes me feel better to see that nothing is out of the ordinary. Okay, great. Checking the card off the list. Done. So what do I want to do next? I actually feel like doing this because then I can shift gears a little bit and do Python. Okay, let's do Python. So right now the problem will be that the cluster is happily running, and now when I try to make a deployment, it will fail. We will get disconnected because we're not authenticating. This is the problem. We will connect and we will get, oops, it didn't work. Actually got, I have another problem with my printing. Why don't I use CI for running tests after commit? It's bad habits, I guess. I probably should. I usually, I've been running my unit tests. I should do that, shouldn't I? I could have that running on Circle CI or something, right? Yeah. I don't have any excuse other than I've been bad. So let me accidentally opened up the wrong thing there. Let me add your thing to a list. Answer for now. My bad habits. Yeah, I need to pick something like Circle CI or Jenkins. Actually, I thought about having it in Jenkins on my Linux box. So I'd have my Linux box always running, and it would have a hook or something, email hook, I don't know, and it would just run it and then email me if something stopped working. Because the other thing I'm not doing right now is I'm not logging into my Linux box and making sure this builds for Linux. If I make too many changes without doing that, I start to accumulate these silly little things like I might do something with a template and it works with Visual Studio, but not with GCC. And I won't know about it until much later. So I might do something locally on my Linux box with Jenkins, because I have a soft spot for Jenkins because I got it running at my last job and it was really cool. People were impressed by it. So how about Jenkins in a Docker instance? Might do that again too. All right, so the Python. Let me fix this Python error. I shouldn't be seeing this at all, so I must have a bad F string somewhere. Line 77? Deployment script. Where are you? Deployment deploy. Ah, yeah. So we need to put this into there. Speaking of Linux, when I wrote all this tool out and then I went on my Linux box, it didn't work. And I found out this because the Python installed there was 3.5, and this F string stuff wasn't added to Python until 3.6. Not defined. Oh, that should be self. That's what the error was before anyway. Okay, received unrecognized challenge message. And I guess it ended up trying to send it, but... Right, it's still waiting for it's expecting an okay response. So meanwhile, it should have gotten disconnected, shouldn't it? Oh, wait a minute, what is it doing? It's sending it? It shouldn't be sending it. Hold on. It shouldn't be allowing that to happen. That's bad. It's allowing it to go through, even though it shouldn't be. So it'll probably be showing up here in the console. Yeah. Okay, so I have a bug somewhere. That shouldn't even be allowed because it's not authenticating. Let's see where the bug is. I bet it's easy to spot. Let me see. We get into here. We should go into here though. Why is it? This I can move to there, by the way. There we go. Yeah, upload package. Is an admin message, right? Did I not build everything? No, sanity check here. Let me make sure it's built and then do it nukes everything. So now it shouldn't accept this command. Okay, I guess I didn't restart the cluster since I did that check. That must have been it. Do you call code coverage? I do call code coverage for some things, but I haven't used it in a while. I had it on my Mugget tool. I had a code coverage thing on that. I don't use it a whole lot though, because I guess I just rely on the test-driven development to be where the only code I write would be code to make the test pass, and so it should cover that code. But probably I'm missing holes. Like I'm probably writing some code that's never hit in the tests. Yeah, I guess that's another bad habit. Thinking about it. Really, if I just had something integrated with Google Test to do it, I should just do it. Let me copy down your note to think about later. Okay. We could, if there was a convenient way of doing this while doing this when we run the unit tests. So we'll research later. Okay, so yeah, the problem was before I didn't restart the cluster after I put in that check about you have to be admin first. So now it is getting an exception saying the WebSocket got closed. No reason given. That's because, actually, should we give them a reason? We can give them a reason, right? Why not? Actually, it would be a little bit complicated though, wouldn't it? Because we'd have to make sure they got the close first, and then yeah, so let's just keep it. It's too complicated. I was thinking I could send the reason is like you suck or something, but why bother? That's just silly. We'll just there's no reason given because it's closed abnormally. We reset the connection basically. How is best to handle that in the Python? That's the question. I guess I can look it up. It probably has to do with having a try catch in here. Before I just blindly guess, let me look it up. So Python async, well, WebSocket. Let's just look up the Python WebSockets manual. I was looking at this earlier anyway. It would be basic. Would it be in the basic example? I want the client side of that though. Client, here we go. Yeah, they're not handling it there. Okay, there they have a try finally. So if I wanted to do a try, it would be, yeah, at any point I can put a try. So it just it works the same way as synchronous code. Circuit breaker pattern? I actually don't know what that is. What's circuit breaker pattern? Never heard that term before. I don't quite get it. So the problem I'm looking at now is like just catching if the socket gets closed. I think I don't need this. I can just do a try catch. I just wanted to make sure I was doing it the correct way, so to speak. Yeah, do I need a finally? I don't even think I need a finally. I'll just do a try catch. Like anywhere after we connect, right? So try. If we can't connect at all, I don't mind seeing an ugly exception, uncaught exception. I just need to get the type correct. The type is WebSockets exceptions connection closed. Exceptions. Do I even care? I don't even care what the value is. We will do self.print with timestamp. I don't even need an F string, do I? Connection Connection closed. Abruptly. Connection abruptly closed. That's what it says there anyway. Closed abnormally? Well, it's closed abruptly. And then we fall out, right? Well, okay. We need to do this. No, we have a break. Yeah, it will fall out naturally, I think. Let's try it. There we go. Connection closed abruptly. Maybe make it more noticeable? Yes. Okay. I think that's good enough for me. I forgot to do this, but I'd never heard of that design pattern before, so I will make a note of it and read about it later. So thank you for that. I always like to hear about new patterns I don't know about. So yeah, when going back to that, when would be the right time to use that pattern? They say if you want to prevent a failure from constantly reoccurring, you would detect it and encapsulate some logic that prevents it. Okay, check the availability. So what? It would just be check that you, like in this case, it would be a check that I still have a connection before I try to do a bunch of stuff. I don't think I need that because the WebSockets just throws an exception to tell me. It sort of is implementing that pattern in a sense, right? That the unwinding of the exception all the way back to this except is the breaker, right? Wherever it goes wrong, it'll just jump out. Yeah, when I have a server connection, it's called very frequently. Oh, like if I had a problem in this, because this is going to constantly try to reconnect. Maybe. Yeah, I could put it into here where if it gets a bad authentication, maybe it stops trying for a while. Thanks for the follow. Can I call you Eswork? Because your name is very long. Yeah, so these, actually, why is it sending? Actually, hold on, what's going on here? What's happening? Ooh. I messed something up. I messed it up somehow. It should have become an admin with that response. But it's not for some reason. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Oh, Germany, huh? Nice. The nice thing is the timeout handling. Okay. Okay, so I screwed something up in here, which means I deserve to have to write a unit test, right? So the problem is I made the authentication response require you to already be an admin, so that's not going to work. Actually, that would probably cause my test to fail. Oh, yep. Did I just not look at this when it happened? So I don't need another unit test. The test framework caught it. I just was stupid and didn't look at it. Yeah, so this is failing because it's not accepting it because it's an admin command now to respond. So I need to fix that. All right. I feel dumb. The auth response, this one is not an admin message. It is a client message intended to allow us to become an admin. So I need another table. This will be just client handling a message from any client. So we will move auth response to that. Well, I'm at it. Are there any other commands here that a non-admin should be allowed to do? I don't think so. Well, actually, configuration, we might want to allow that. Because I don't have anything in there that is sensitive. Do I? Oh, maybe I do. Some of this stuff might not want an attacker to know. I'll have to make a new command where you just get the host names and port numbers of the other servers. Yeah, I'll do that later. So right now we'll make it an admin one only. Yeah, those other ones are admin. Okay, good. So we're going to have another table here. So we'll have to do 2 lookups. So first we'll look it up as an admin command first. No, most commands are going to be normal commands. So let us first look it up here as a client message handler entry. And we'll reverse this logic. If we find it, we'll do it and return. If we don't find it, then we look it up as an admin, and if we don't find it, then we do this. Just moving this around a little bit. And fall through will be we don't recognize it at all, and we don't need a return there. Right? I need to refactor this. This is horrible. I keep saying that, but every time I look at this function, I need to dedicate another stream day for cleanup. Okay, so if we find it as a client message, we just do it. We find it, if it's not found there, we look at the admin table, and we only do it if they are an admin. Otherwise, we hang up on them. If it's unrecognized, we just ignore it. And I'm going to leave that in there because I intend to be adding commands that old servers will just, ignore. So ignore new commands we don't understand. Backwards, forwards, compatibility, and all that. Let's make sure that that fixes the bug. Then I'll check that in. Cool. Run all the tests. And this time I'll go back and make sure they all ran. Before I hit the commit button here. Okay, and don't stage that yet. We're fixing this first. So realm server fix bug in. I don't need a test for this because the existing test caught it. Not allowing auth responses. Make auth response a message any client can send. Look through general client message handlers first, before looking through admin message handlers. Okay, and then on to this one. This was just to handle disconnections more gracefully. Gracefully handle disconnections. All right. Now, what was I doing when that happened? I think I was showing something here, but I totally forgot what it was. Oh, we're not connected because I'm not running the thing. Oh, I'm pushing in the wrong window. That's why. What? Oh, I ran get GUI from the wrong window also. Got it. Let's just do it. Do it nukes the server state and like reinstalls everything. Okay, let's remove that one. Now let me just guarantee this one's not constantly resetting. Okay, yeah. See, it retries when it loses connection. Once it gets a connection, it keeps it. Right, we were talking about the circuit breaker pattern. So one thing I could do to prevent constantly retrying, we could have, like, if it's disconnecting because of some malfunction, we could have it stop trying. This one I want to keep because this might be just because the server is being reset. You hate modern C++ streams for string formatting, but like type safety. I'm not sure what you mean. Should I look at your format library? Open source formatting library. Oh, that's cool. Does it return a C++ string though? If it is, I might actually move to this. It does. We might use this. Very, very good idea, Bug Found. I like it. Oops, I closed that. I don't want to close it. I just want to minimize it. Nice. Yeah, because what I've been doing, because I'm old and am set in my ways. I had made my own string extension for printf because I wanted a version of printf that doesn't need a pre-allocated buffer, because there's a lot of bugs that happen, buffer overruns, that turn into security problems if you get the length wrong. So this one automatically figures out the length that it needs and just returns it as a string. But it uses the old format, the C standard library formatting, and the one you're showing me looks nicer because it's more modern. Well, what would be even more cool would be if it was like F string. Too bad we don't have F string equivalent, right? Yeah, I don't use W string. W string is sort of fallen out of fashion, right? Now that everyone uses UTF-8, which fits in standard string just fine. We don't need standard W string. Yeah, so this is like not quite as modern as Python or JavaScript. Like the ultimate would be to have an F string kind of thing, right? Where you can just use string interpolation. Where's one you can actually see, like right up here. That would be the ultimate if we could do that. This is the old style where you have little placeholders and it does the type checking. You have to pass them separately, it does type checking. I guess it would be hard to do this in C++ because it's compiled and this was all done at runtime, right? It'd have to be something that you can do at compile time. This is maybe as close as you can get, right? Oh no, it's still formatting them separately. Well, but they're named. It's a bit better. It's still better than my library, so I like it. Yeah, require language support, exactly. Cool. I'll look into using that. That's good. Good idea. Okay, yeah, so we should be good now in that it should not accept. So we need to make it authenticate. So it's got to handle the, before trying to send, it's got to wait for the authentication request. So we're going to ID ourselves, and then we're going to move all of this to a handler, I think. We're going to move all this to a handler. Let's make a handler. Auth, what is it called? I forget already. Auth challenge or something? Auth challenge. And I chose to make it lowercase there. How silly. Okay, whatever. Need to fix that. Alright, so let's make an on-auth challenge. Ugh. Self WS message. And here's the home of this code. Actually, I wonder if I'm doing this right. Do I need to make this async for this to work? I probably do. And then have this make an await, right? Here's where I'm not so good with this stuff. Let me see if I can do this. Await, and then these need to be async. You have to be async in order to call await, because we're going to send that, well, unchanged right now. This should still work the same way, where it will Yeah, it won't upload the package until it gets the auth message. Yeah. So instead of uploading it, we have to add another step, right? So authenticating, right? And then the rest of this becomes like what we do in the authentication when we actually, we can keep that where it is. So we just need to send something extra, right? Oh wait, this send, I can copy this actually. It's going to be an auth response. Very similar to what we do in the JavaScript. And very soon I'm going to get to where I don't know what to do. I don't have to look it up. Yeah, so we need a signature. That's the rub there. We need to get a signature by taking a key, which I suppose I'll just keep hard coded for now. Actually, no, we don't have to. How do I control where the config file is now? I do that. Okay, so I already am using that. So I could load the private key the same way. Right? I just need to find out how to do this. So let's do this in the constructor here. Self dot, we'll need the admin private key somehow, and we will get it this way. It is key right now. And admin private key file name is that. And so what's missing here is how to load the private key from the file. And then down here what's missing is use the private key to sign the challenge. Let's actually write out all the steps, and then I can actually, let's put this into the card as well. Checklist. So load private key from file. That should have a period at the end. Okay. And then the next part, well, previous part would be decode challenge from base 64. That moves up here, and then we need to encode response to base 64. I'm sure there is that's probably going to be the easy part. I just don't know how to do it offhand. Oh, I put that in the wrong place. That goes up here. This goes here. So one step at a time. We need something here, right? Well, no, we don't need anything yet. Let's first try to, let's comment all this out. Let's first try to decode the challenge string. Python base 64. I'm sure it's really simple. Let's find out. Base 64. So just what? Import base 64? What's the module? Okay, it's modules base 64. Okay. Import base 64. One step at a time, literally. The import works. Okay. So here, challenge equals base64.b64 decode. Message. How do we pull that out? Oh, it's like this. So it's, I can use double quotes, challenge. So here we can, let's just print its size, maybe? That needs to be an F string. Challenge dot length. This length in Python is len of that. Bytes. $80 bytes. I don't know why I had a $sign in there. I guess you need that in JavaScript, right? 80 bytes. So we decoded it to the correct size. I'm just gonna assume that the bytes are good. So to give myself that little what do you call it? And what do you call it when you get little accomplishments and it makes you feel good? Is that endorphin? Anyway, I can say, yay, we can decode the challenge. We're a quarter of the way there. Okay. The response, well, let's do, I guess we need to do the loading the key next, right? So, Python, let's just look up RSA signing. Hopefully this isn't too hard to do. PyCrypto, okay. I might need to install something, I guess. What is this? Oh, it's part of PyCrypto, so I probably need to install PyCrypto. I was hoping it would just be built into Python, but I guess not. Not too bad. How do I... Okay, I guess it's all in this crypto, PyCrypto. Cool, someone who's already done it. I can just steal from them. Oh, so it's just... Oh, it's really simple. So let me verify that this will not work unless I import... What is it? Unless I install PyCrypto. So this crypto public, this shouldn't work, right? I'm going to need all these actually, but none of these should work. I really don't like doing it that way, so let us instead import RSA. I mean, import these. Oh, thanks for the follow, Adrian Hall. Hope you enjoy the Python stuff. I'm not going to do much Python on stream, but... Actually, don't we just import crypto? Wouldn't that be easier? Oh, I have crypto. Okay, so I don't have to install PyCrypto? Maybe I installed it before and I forget. You're here for the variety? Yeah. So I flip between C++. It's like gonna be 90% C++ for a while, 10% or 9% JavaScript and 1% Python. Over time, I'm gonna add Lua into the mix, and hopefully it's gonna transition more to a Lua JavaScript stream. I actually want to minimize the amount of C++ I do because every time you make a C++ change, you got to rebuild and redeploy, and that's slower. What am I using Python for? This is to deploy a package to the server. It's just really convenient. It's like we're seeing with this example, it's like ridiculously short. It's the shortest of all three languages so far to do signing and verification. This is how it should be. How it was in JavaScript, it's a little bit worse, but not too bad. In C++, it was pretty bad. I made it a little bit easier by having wrappers. I made the crypto signing, this crypto signing library to kind of wrap it. But if you look into how it's done, you have to make a context, you have to do init, and there's all these arguments. It just looks ugly as hell. So yeah, this is the deployment tool to take a zip file and basically upload it to the server so that we can change versions of the server here. These are the ones we've already uploaded. I can actually pick a version if I want to flip to that. Yeah, it is verbose, definitely. Okay, so now that we have crypto, I should be able to just follow this example someone kindly made. So we just open it and call RSA import. Okay, so crypto.rsa.import, and I can just import the contents of the file. So let's just chain it together here. It will be open. Well, this is maybe a little bit cleaner, right? Oh no, we can do it in one line. Why not? Open this file name, read, and then read it. There. So I guess I won't know if it did it correctly until I do the next step, right? Speed is pretty good for algorithms because yeah, the algorithms a lot of the time are compiled in C, or written in C and compiled in and kind of built into the library. And the way to glue C code into Python is not that bad. Lua is even better, but I have a special place in my heart for Lua now because I've been using it for hobby stuff, and we'll be seeing this on stream. You'll like it. But Python's a nice middle ground between the super easy scripting stuff that you do in Lua and then the more complicated stuff you do in C. Lua can be faster because it is a very efficiently written C code. It can be bad though if you do a lot of stupid things like lots and lots of stack overhead. And you don't do things smart, then it can become slower. All right, so we're going to use it to sign the challenge, and then we'll see if the challenge signature should be 512 bytes, so that'll be a good indicator that we're doing things correctly. Oh, I didn't say smart, not for me. I don't know what I said. I need to slow down sometimes when I speak. I have a bunch of friends from my old job who were really into Lua, and at the time they were trying to convince me how great Lua was. I thought these guys are kind of strange. But I looked into it, and it's like only 3 modules you have to include in your code. It's very clean. It's like ANSI C. It's not, you don't even need. There's hardly any dependencies that it has. It just needs a compiler, and that's pretty much it. On the other hand, it's pretty basic. So like if you need, let's say you want to do machine learning, well, you're going to have to do all the libraries yourself if you do it in Lua. Whereas in Python, someone's already written the libraries for you, so you don't need to worry so much. But yeah, for simple stuff like scripting my game, Lua is probably going to be good. All right, so I'm copying from this, right? So they make a new signer by doing this. Actually, we can use this as is. And we need to digest. Yeah, let's just pull in their code and work with it. So clean it up. Okay, yeah, we don't need to do that. So we already decoded it. So these are all crypto. And specifically crypto signature, right? I don't like doing the namespace folding that these do. Like, it might look cleaner, but when you're looking at that, you might forget, well, what library had that in. If I said this, though, it's obvious that it's a hash function, right? So the key is self.admin private key. Make a new digest, update it with the challenge, and then sign it with the, right, use the, I guess we're hashing the challenge. Is that right? Okay, let's see if this works. give the digester to the signer, and then we get back out. Okay, so we can print this out now. So this is the signature. Lane sign. Bytes. Invalid syntax. Oh, I still had an import there? Oh, it's like import key or something. Yep, import key. Okay, let's try that again. Crypto has no attribute RSA. Really? Oh, public key. All right. Crypto has no attribute public key. Really? Okay, that I should have. So what am I missing? Let's see if that line works. I'm gonna guess that line doesn't work. Let's just try that import by itself. I bet you I don't have it installed after all. Yeah, no, wait a minute. Import worked. Hold on. Did I misspell it or something? No. So what? I can't just use it directly. I have to import it. Okay, I don't know if I like that though. Why? I should be, from what I understand, I should be able to do that. By importing crypto. Oh, unless crypto doesn't actually export its submodules correctly. Is that what it is? I have to do this namespace collapsing? That's kind of lame. Pi crypto. Let's look at their documentation. Ugh. I hate doing that though. Okay, well, I guess I gotta live with it. So, I can rename it though, right? So I can say as Pi crypto public key RSA. There we go. In fact, I could even do this. Then it satisfies my requirement and theirs. I still have the namespace in, just in a little bit more of a tricky way. So they need me to do that for this as well, I'm sure. So from crypto signature, import that as that. And then same thing with the hash. From crypto hash import that as that. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, so we get a signature 512 bytes. That's good. So then I should check these off as I do them, shouldn't I? We signed it. We loaded the key from the file. Now we just need to encode and send it back. We did that one. So encode and send it back. It would be base 64 B64 encode the signature. And I want signature instead of sign. I don't know why they call it sign. Sort of stupid, actually. Don't tell him I said so. Not serializable. Really? Why not? Oh, it's bytes. Bytes, bytes, bytes. So I want a string from that. Why is it giving me it in bytes? Shouldn't it be a string? Stupid. The whole point of base64 is to get a string. Why would I have to turn it into bytes? Who designed this stupid thing? Base64. I bet it's going to say, oh, we're going to give it to you in bytes. Oh, encoded bytes. Stupid. Should be a string, goddammit. Okay, how do I get a string out of bytes? I want a string, not a bytes. There's got to be a way to do this. So UL, what's this? Bytes like object. Oh, I don't need that. Yeah, why did they design it to... How about encode string? No. Encode toString? They just don't have it. So what? Yeah, why? Why? It's a string. It doesn't need to be binary. I guess I gotta use bin ASCII. It's just so stupid. base. I'm using that one. That's the whole problem. I needed to get back to ASCII. All right, so it's probably B to A, right? Actually, why don't I just use this? Yeah, screw you, base64. We're gonna use bin to ASCII. And I can do it in both directions, right? It still says return the binary data. Why does it say convert a block? Oh, it doesn't say that it's a string when it comes in. Yeah, it's returning, but okay, got it. So we don't, I'm gonna say goodbye to base64 because it's a piece of dog crap. I'm gonna use bin ASCII dot, so this is the decoder. So it's A to B base64. And then the other side is here, and that's bin ASCII B to A base64. There we go. Still not serializable. Why? That's the whole point, was to make it serializable. Why is it bytes? You guys are killing me. You serious? It says it's ASCII. It says it's ASCII, but this says is type bytes. Killing me. You're killing me. Okay. Screw it. There's got to be a simple way. I'll just look up. I'll go back to using base64 because they're both crappy. Might as well use the one that has a better name. And I just have to look up how to turn this into an actual string. Binary to string. So stupid. Thanks for the follow, Endless T. I'm sorry I'm kind of upset, but it's just it doesn't make sense to call a base 64 encoded anything else but a string, because that's the whole point of base 64. Okay, I guess I can just do the str like they're doing. Oh no, decode as ASCII. Sure, yeah, we know it's ASCII. So what? That's just stupid. I guess we'll do it though. Maybe I should put in a note about this part is stupid. We're doing it because Python guys are stupid. Yeah, so that was it. I'm going to do that because I'm so upset. So we'll get the signature out, right? Well, this is signature as base 64. And then I'm going to say I won't blame anything. I'll just say it's really stupid that base 64 B64 encode does not return a string, but instead returns a binary. WTF. Isn't that the whole point of base 64? To encode a binary sequence of bytes? Into a form which can be carried as an ASCII string. Anyway, to work around this stupidity, we have to decode the return value to ASCII. Okay, so I've given a proper block to have a proper rant. So we'll say signature as base 64 in ASCII equals decode this dot decode ASCII. Stupid. There we go. Properly ranted. I've had to do that a few times on my last job. When you just run into something that's just incredibly stupid like that, and you have to do like extra work that doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Base 64, and then decode it to ASCII. What the hell? It already is ASCII. God damn it. All right. Rant done. Let's just check that in. So we are now authenticating correctly. Python, otherwise, Python is usually pretty nice and clean. And when you look at base 64, it's like, yeah, it makes sense. But then you look deeply, you're like, wait a minute. Where does it say it actually? Actually, this is files, right? I'm using these ones up here. When they say decoded bytes, it's like, bytes? I think this might be an artifact of the fact that this stuff predates Python 3, and in Python 2 you didn't have this bytes object. So whoever was like, when they added this bytes type, which is not a bad type, when they added it to Python 3, probably someone just went overboard and said, oh, bytes in, bytes out. It didn't stop to think, well, wait a minute. It's only used in an ASCII context, so it doesn't make sense. Okay, so we're importing all the things we need. Pulling in the eventually I need to actually not hard code the path to the various files we use. And then there's my rant. And you know, I probably should put this stuff in another function. Def upload package self. Yeah, so we'll move that up here. Just call the rest of it in there. This part here. Self.upload package. Yeah, because that really does belong. Actually, I guess it has to be async. Really belongs there anyway. And so we would do an await there. Let's make sure that works. From here. WS, I need a WebSocket. Okay, fine. That is true. We need a WebSocket. Cool. All right. Deploy py authenticate with the server before upload. Cool. Whoops. I must have hit that twice. Yeah. Push that. Sorry, did I piss you off, Romania? Ranting. It's a remnant of my angry past. I try not to get so angry anymore. Just try to accept people for who they are. I really need to separate the code from the people who wrote the code, which I hopefully I did in that rant. I didn't point out that anyone was stupid. It's just that it is stupid that it doesn't do that. Yeah. All right. So I'm good. Okay. Marking off that as done. Done. All we have left for my plan was to do this, but that's sort of a big chunk, isn't it? I'm at the 4-hour mark. So I'm wondering if I should just do this tomorrow. I think I will postpone this tomorrow because this PBK DF2 stuff deserves to have its own little module that I put in GitHub. So it'll have its own tests and stuff. Yeah, we'll do this tomorrow. Save this for tomorrow. I'll probably add more because that probably won't take 4 hours. Yeah. Sounds good. I'm not sure what else I'll do tomorrow, but I will be doing the player registration and login. Maybe that will be the entire 4 hours because I need to do like the login form and I need to add the date. Oh, thanks for the bit. The 1 bit. I'll need to do the server and like storage of the usernames and hashed passwords. So yeah, that will be tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow. But I hope you enjoyed watching today. As usual, I like to post my schedule. It's from 10 a.m. to 2. In the meantime, feel free to join my Discord. I post a little announcement thing right before I stream. But before that, like tonight sometime, I should have the plan for tomorrow up. And if you're interested, whichever way you prefer, it'll either be in my notebook as 109 plan, or it'll be up here in the Trello as, well, it'll probably, this is the plan, but if I add more, it'll be up here as what I'm going to do tomorrow. So, let's see who we can go host, or raid, or both. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I need to do that in a new window. There we go. Adam's at lunch, but I hosted Adam yesterday, so you can raid Pocket Watch again. Do you guys know Pocket Watch? Go raid Pocket Watch. So Pocket Watch is a team of 2 developers. Actually, I think there's a third one. And they're streaming a game written in C++, which is near and dear to me, C++. And it's like a top-down roguelike game. So yeah, so we're going to go raid them. And thanks for the follow, Linux Root. Hope you enjoyed. I'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, see you guys later. Let me set up this raid. So, Pocket Watch. Here we go. All right, I will see you guys later.